Good afternoon, good evening, good morning for everyone, depending where you are. We'll be starting shortly.
Pasquale is on the list. Okay, she's a speaker now. Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Starting shortly, just waiting for everyone to arrive. Thank you.
Perfect.
I think, John, I've sent you a request to be speaker. If you just accept, then we'll have you up here, okay? Thank you. John Philpott.
Okay, John, are you on? Are you logged in yet? Let me send him a message. I'll be right back.
Kylie, Dagon is here. Can you bring him to as a speaker?
Yes, we'll do. Give me 1 second. Diakon Yosef, I actually sent you a request to come up as speaker.
Okay, can you hear us, Decon, Yosef?
Hello, everyone. We'll be starting very shortly. Just getting the stage right. This is more of a very informal uh, space where we'll be talking about HR6600. And we have a couple of guests that's coming up. Dagon Yosef, if you would take that mic so you can come up as a speaker. And also John Philpott, I also sent you a request to add on to grab the mic. So if you would. And if you guys are having a hard time, maybe if you're having a connection issue, you might want to get out of the space and come back in, and that sometimes helps. Thank you.
Okay. Shiva also will be joining us. She's running a little late, but she will be joining us shortly. Thank you. Okay, I see John on now. John, can you hear us?
Haile, can you try again to send the speakers?
Yes, we'll do. All right. They have been sent. Please accept them. Thank you. We'll be starting very shortly. Just give us about 5 more minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Deacon is joining.
All right.
So you can request again for the mic because he was using his laptop, so it's good now.
Okay. I've just sent them a request.
And I also see John. Is he a speaker as well, or?
Yeah, I've requested him to come up as a speaker. Not sure if he's able to maybe go out of the space and come back in. And then we'll start in the next 2 minutes. I still don't see Diakon Yosef.
Having technical issues. I'm sorry
Okay.
about that.
No problem.
Go ahead and play the music. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So Ethio American Civic Council also, can you give them access?
Okay. Can someone from the audience please request to come up? I just want to make sure that it's not on my side.
Sade, can you try a request as a
So
It
speaker?
works, right?
okay, yep, you're good to go. All right, thank you, Absini. I'll drop you
Okay,
down.
no problems.
So if you would please go out of the space. Okay, John, is it on? Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me now?
And then, yep, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
So
I'm going to try if I on my speakerphone. If not,
no problem. You're good. We can hear you perfectly now. Thank you, sir. We just wait for Diakon Yosef to come back, and we'll give him the mic as well.
one, two, three, 1, 2, 3.
Yep, we can hear you, John. John, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, is that okay now?
Yep, it's perfect. We can hear you. All right. So, Asquala, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. The microphone is somehow disabled for Diakon Yosef, and he's trying to enable it on his laptop.
Okay.
So if you have any way, letting us know how to enable that on a laptop, because we're
Could he,
using
Oh,
yours
you know what I
device.
had to, you know what I had to do?
Uh-huh.
To get off my laptop and go on my phone. And it worked on my phone because when I signed in on the laptop, I was as a participant and not as a speaker. And on my phone, I got in as a speaker.
Yeah, you have an iPhone. We have Android, so
I have
okay.
Android too.
And I'm logged in into on my laptop too. Can you see me?
You
Yeah,
know what?
we.
We
Mhm.
can hear you though. So, how about do we just, for the sake
Yeah.
of time, if you would
Go ahead.
log out and log back in, but if not, we can just go with this, and we'll just know when
Yeah,
you're speaking is under Asqual's
yeah.
account, and that's fine.
Okay. Let's do
But
that then.
let's give you 2 minutes to see if you can log out and log back in, and see if you can come in as a speaker. If not, we'll just
Okay.
go this route.
You mean on my phone or on the laptop?
On your phone. Try it on your phone.
Okay. Let
Thank
me
you, sir.
log out and come back.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I'll just play one more classical. Think everybody's okay with that, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, microphone is somehow disabled on the Android and it won't work. So
I had to go into authorizations. I went
yeah,
into
yeah, it's
authorize.
under privacy. I got it. That's why I love my iPhone.
Oh, you
I
love
see.
your
That's
iPhone?
why I love my iPhone.
I like Android. Okay, I'm joking.
Oh, you're
I'm
from
teasing.
Canada. Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is going to be a great session. We have really great speakers.
Go ahead, Oscar. Go ahead.
It's going to be a great session. We have great speakers lined up. Today is a great day because of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Jam filled up. Electricity is on. So it's a day to celebrate overall.
Absolutely. So, yeah, today's session is. I'm just going to set the the grounds for it real quick. So, we're going to have a couple of speakers. We have guest speakers that will talk to us about HR6600. We'll go in, let them have their time, and then afterwards we will have some question and answers portion. During that time, please everyone be respectful. And as long as it's respectful, we'll take any questions, any matters that come up. I will not accept anyone at the current moment. You can request if you like, but we will not take anyone up until after we talk about line for line. We just wanted to talk about why this affects Ethiopia as a country, not as a government, but as the country itself and the people, how it affects it. And so this is just before we understand or we decide one way or the other, we get the facts. And then if anyone has any questions or concerns, or even if there's some things that you don't agree with, then if as long as it's constructive, we would love to hear it. I would like to say one thing about the the Ethiopian American Civic Council. They actually recently wrote a closed letter to Parliament of Ethiopia discussing about the situations in Wallagga, and they were able to get a response, and which is very something that is dear to my heart, at least, and I was happy to hear that. And they're in the process of also writing an open letter, and so that's something that I hope they I encourage and hope they continue to do. I know me and a couple of our colleagues here, friends here, that met in space, per se, are doing the same thing. So maybe we can collaborate and see how that works as well. But I want to commend them for that. Thank you guys for that. And as soon as maybe is Diak and Yosef coming on now, or are we just going to go with your phone, Asquad?
Yeah, I think we may try our phone. He's on, but let me try to ring him. I'll be right back.
All right, thank you. And so I would like to say a little bit about Diakon Yosef until then. For the ones that may not know him, Diakon Yosef Tefari is a chairman of the Ethiopian American Civic Council. He's also a successful business owner for over 40 years in Colorado. EACC is the largest and oldest civic organization that advocates for human rights and justice in Ethiopia, with 750,000 subscribers. EACC was the first civic organization to hire lobbyists and PR firms to fight the TPLF. Deacon Yosef is widely regarded as expert on Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa geopolitics. One of his notable achievements was he co-wrote the Human Rights Bill, HR 128, and provided congressional testimony. HR 128 passed the United States House of Representatives with a unanimous vote. The bill supported civil and religious liberties in Ethiopia and condemned the TPLF. He not only has compassion and love for Ethiopia, but also loves and mentors the diaspora community as an ordinary minister and ordained minister and spiritual leader at St. Mariam, Ethiopia Orthodox Church. He's a proud father of 3 grown children and lives in Colorado with his beloved wife of 39 years. So I would love to have you guys welcome Diakon Yosef. This is a pleasure to know a little bit about him myself. And so I will also let Asqual tell us a little bit about John and Phelps and go from there. Go ahead, Asqual.
Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I do have Deacon Yusuf right now ready to go. So I'll come back, and when it's John's turn to speak, I would formally introduce him. How about that?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Diakon. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I really want to thank Arthur Haile for putting together this wonderful platform, and thank you for that great introduction. And I hope also that we may have an Amharic version a little later to make sure that the folks in Ethiopia can also participate in this important topic. So we are gathered today for a very important agenda that Ethiopia is facing. We are all facing. Before I go into that, I just wanted to say I want to give thanks to the Lord that in the most unlikely way, when half the planet is standing against us to make sure that there is not going to be a viable project for Ethiopia. For this day to come, for this day for all of us, especially the generation that have left Ethiopia behind and in the diaspora, to actually witness a long dream and vision our ancestors had for the Abai River to be tamed and to generate power to civilize Ethiopia and hopefully for us to join the second world economy within our lifetime. This is a momentous time. It means a lot. And obviously, this is probably the testimony of what it means to stand together in union, no matter what. Not only that we die together to defend Ethiopia, but to build Ethiopia. And I hope that is a sort of like a torchlight that would reflect what it means, what we get when we are united, and when we keep our eyes on the prize, and then what happens also when we are not coming together for a common cause, how harmful it will be, and not only how much our enemies will benefit from that. So this is a great testimonial day. I don't think we planned it for us to have this important dialogue tonight, but it just coincided with this divine gift that the Lord has helped us to achieve. So with that, we go to the topic we're at hand, and I wish we had all come together just for the celebration, or something that we'd be all joyful about here. But I think we've got some truly one of the most dangerous and consequential congressional resolutions ever devised against any African country is now upon us. I wish that was not the case, but I wanted to bring a little bit of history to this document, how it has evolved to the present. And it begins by saying that, if you all recall, back in October, in most unrelated topic, which has nothing to do with Ethiopia, there was a standing bill, which is what they call the continued resolution, that had to do with the budget of the United States. In particular, it is the budget for the Pentagon for the calendar year of 2022. And usually, in a case like that, it is a humongous bill, 1,000+ pages long. And what happens is everybody in Congress that have their own petty projects about what they like to see passed through are allowed to tuck it into this massive bill. Well, guess what? On this bill, it's called HR 4350. An article, section 6464, was tucked in based on exact same title as the current HR 6600. The provisions are, in fact, condensed to only humanitarian assistance and possibly condemning Ethiopia for crimes against humanity, and even possibly classified Ethiopia as a state of genocide. Serious ramification to be followed with this. Now, the thing is, I'd like to thank some of our the young Ethiopians in Boston back then who dug this thing out. Like I said, it was hidden, just tucked in those 1,000-page document, and none of us saw it. And thankful to these young Ethiopians, I think the group is called Fact Check, very remarkable group of people who found it and alerted us. We went to work immediately. We had a couple of lobbying firms that are working at the time were working with us. So we paid attention to this thing, but it was so rapidly developed resolution. They just jam it through Congress. And by the time we can even collectively hold our breath to go after this, it was already past the House resolution, the floor, as is. Now, since this was a bill, not just a simple resolution of each one of those houses, it required the Senate to approve that resolution. So when the Senate took that bill, very important bill, we reached out to our reliable Senator Jim Inhofe, which we have worked in a number of other cases with, and I'll alert him about this particular provisions in that bill. And since senators are, as you know, are like their own kings, and they can pretty much do anything, and that he promised us that he would remove that section that makes inference about Ethiopia to become categorized as a genocide state. And he did that. And I won't go into the detail about it, but we were able to achieve this phenomenal win for Ethiopia. And we're thankful about that. And it was not only just us. There were many other good organizations that have also worked on this to really get all Ethiopians to be calling their representatives. But guess what happened? First of all, we didn't know who the author was with this on this 6464 that basically brought that very, very consequential language. But as soon as they found out that it was purged out of the Senate and the bill was approved without that language, the authors finally revealed themselves. Hear me out. Revealed themselves through HR 6600. But this time it came on steroids and extremely dangerous. And just to give you a capsule of this, essentially it begins by almost the same, they use the same words verbatim to the section that we were able to have it removed, but it goes on in so many ways that we have never seen anything like it. Okay, so number one, I want you guys to understand. At the same time, on the Senate, there is another resolution that is being drafted by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman and also Senator Coons, and it's called S3199. I want you guys to write this down. S3199. 90% of the language, 90% of the provisions are exactly the same. Now, what does this mean? What this means is if this bill, HR 6600, passes the House floor and becomes the House resolution, it has a companion sister resolution in the Senate awaiting it, S3199, which means when you combine those two together, it will stop being a single resolution. It becomes a joint resolution. A joint resolution technically is a bill, which means it goes to the White House for the president to sign it. Once that happens, it becomes the law of the land. Regardless if President Biden goes out of the office and somebody else comes, unless good folks in both houses draft another resolution either to rescind this becomes the law, regardless who comes and who goes. And guess what? Whether Dr. Abiy stays in the office or not, this bill will haunt Ethiopia until it is rescinded. That's why this thing is extremely dangerous document written by any government against any other government. In this case, it just happened, the United States Congress against the state of Ethiopia. What are the premises? It basically goes back into this bogus claim of genocide and crime against humanity. It's all related to the current conflict that we have in the north. And this is literally, keep in mind, directed against Ethiopia, and it does not mention anything on the side of EPLF, what crime it committed, how this war actually started, and the crimes they've committed against the Amhara people and the Afar people, and the destruction they have caused, the child soldiering, the entire process of how we have ended up in where we are today, there is no mention. So the humanitarian, it is supposedly it's a human rights bill. This is usually the case in almost in every case where the United States chooses to go and get its hands involved in. The human rights issue is always the platform, and it immediately goes into how to seek sanctions, and particularly seeking USAID or any other humanitarian agencies under the federal government to be blocked in order to provide any kind of assistance to Ethiopia. Then it goes into international financial institutions. And you may be asking how critical that is. Essentially, for most of us to understand, we think of international financial. They may be talking about World Bank, maybe International Monetary Fund. No, there are over a dozen international financial institutions. All of them are interlinked to the global financial asset. And on top of that food chain sits the United States government. Essentially, it bans every one of them not to do business with Ethiopia. Loan, lending, leasing, assistance, technology transfer, you name it. So Ethiopia is going to be, if you think that we have been, like when they pulled Agawa from Ethiopia, that it was a very consequential sanction, yes, it was. But if you build up with 12 world financial institutions not to do business with Ethiopia, then this is equivalent to not only sanction but a total embargo and trade sanctions, investment sanctions, and you couldn't even invest to buy property in Ethiopia. All of this is contained in this 25-page long provisions, which, by the way, is identical to what is on the Senate side. The fourth item is a very truly problem. I think they sense our Ethiopian Americans, Eritrean Americans, and friends of Ethiopians we've stood against such action against Ethiopia, and we showed ourselves. The movement that we have developed, the hashtags we have developed, the campaign we did, not only on the streets, but also on the halls of Congress that we have continued to campaign. Basically, they saw that as a threat. Because in the past, when Libya was bombarded into medieval times, no Libyan diaspora have got up and did what we've done. Or Iraq, for that. Or many other countries, they have done what they have done. But we stood up. And they noticed. So now, they're talking about in this provision, something that it says the State Department needs to consider as part of this resolution, visa application. No matter when that was given, mind you, no matter what, it doesn't have a time expiration on it. For some of us, we've lived here for decades. It includes all of us. That this could be a premise for them to deny our right to live in the United States. And also, for anybody, whether it's diversity visa or any application to enter into the United States, if they suspect anyone have in fact stood to defend Ethiopia against aggression, against terrorism, against making sure that in fact that no one can break the sovereignty of Ethiopia, that candidate who seeks to enter the United States their application have to go through this visa process that Congress to do. They've never done this to anybody. What do they want? What do they want? They want, according to the HR6600 stated goal, an end to the conflict, to force the Ethiopian government to force the negotiations, to have a national dialogue. By the way, that means to bring TPLF an equal sitting with the Ethiopian government to have a face-to-face dialogue. We talk about unfettered access in war zone. Nobody has done that. When in Iraq, when the war theater that the United States have had, nobody could demand an unfettered access in the war zone. But still, Ethiopia, in fact, was willing to allow to have an unfettered access to every regions that it has direct control. And guess what? Right now, TPLF controls the Tigray region, and Ethiopia, even if allows unfettered access, this is not under its jurisdiction, but they still demand this on this document. And then last, they want independent investigation. That means throw out the United Nations Human Rights Council, their discoveries, throw out the Ethiopian Human Rights Council discovery, throw out Amnesty International reports. And this is usually a method for them to pick and choose what they consider is a human rights violation. And if their unilateral decision on this subject comes to fruition, guess what happens? It cycles back to all the reason why this provision is dangerous. Because based on their conclusion, because they just happen to choose the people that they would spend to make their investigation, and then their finding becomes unilateral. Meaning there is no any other way to say, if they want to conclude Ethiopia therefore has committed genocide, there is no any other place you could go. And then all the items that we discussed earlier, the sanctions, USAID, the 12 largest world financial institutions, for even citizens to make direct investment, private companies do business in Ethiopia, technology transfer of any kind, money transfer of any kind, even if our Ethiopian diasporas, our interest directly as subjects that live in the United States, all of this is going to be in question because of the report. They will come out with their own independent investigation. That's why we have to fight. That's why we cannot sit this one out. That is why, in no uncertain terms, we got to make sure that Ethiopian American Civic Council has a two-pronged approach. One is regards to HR6600, which cleared already the Foreign Affairs Committee and is ready to be launched on the floor, on the full house. The person who controls what bill or resolution comes for a vote is only one human being, and that is Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So we wrote a full letter, which we will post, and I don't know on the Twitter space whether we can put a link on it, but definitely we will, by tomorrow morning, we'll put the letter that we have sent to her. But more importantly, we have put a petition drive demanding for Speaker Pelosi to refuse and deny for this resolution to come to full vote. Second, we are calling the entire Ethiopian American diaspora for their own self-interest, in this interest of Ethiopia and as well as humanity. that this bill should not have a day in the House of Congress, and that they need to call their own representative, that if in fact this bill shows up on the floor, that their representative should not support it or co-sponsor. That's very important. And to do that, we have on our Twitter feeder, even if for some of you who follow my tweet, mine is Deacon Yosef Roman Work Patari. If you can look it up, there is a link there for our petition, and you could lend your voice in there. And also in there is a link where you can find who your representative is. What all you need is your zip code, and then it will just gives you who that person is, both in the Senate and in the House. And then we have put also a 10-point bullet, and you can choose any one of them. That's fine. You don't even have to tell them why you tell them. You don't have to make a reason for you to ask your representative to either refuse a support vote on it or refuse to co-sponsor. You just simply say, I would like you not to support HR 6600, and that is sufficient. This is very important. On the Senate side, we're doing the same thing. And at least we're looking in that we have a couple of senators that actually champion Ethiopian cause long before this crisis has come. And we're working very closely with them, and we will need to do the same thing to kill S3199. Mm-hmm. By the way, S3199 was drafted by Senator Mandel and co-sponsored by Senator Coons back in October, the first week of October. But they really haven't pushed it to pass it yet through the committee. So at least it's in the early stage. But under passes the House, and they will be waiting for it, and these people who have championed this S13199 are going to be joyfully accept that to put it to action. So we need to do our best to make sure that we address both houses. And the fact this is a joint resolution, like I said earlier, it is consequentially, it's actually a bill. And that because it goes through the president's desk, and if it gets signed, that becomes a permanent law, which we cannot afford to have. We cannot afford. Can you imagine your visa status to be channeled through them? Can you imagine your investments? Virtually everything that you know about how the United States deal with it, if it is in fact affected by this resolution, this is completely a new unknown charter. Maybe our esteemed guest John can elaborate what this may mean. But one last thing I want to leave you with is this. Back when we were fighting HR 4650, the House Foreign Affairs Committee had a hearing. In that hearing, Mary Catherine C., who's the Assistant Secretary for African Affairs from the State Farm, she works right underneath Secretary Blinken, was there giving testimony about various subjects. It wasn't only about Ethiopia. But, you've seen the video, Congresswoman Iman asking her, they said, well, look, we just passed a bill that asks for the State Department to categorize Ethiopia as a genocide state. He says, would you agree with that request? And you'd be surprised to learn how she responded. We do not believe that such a category is helpful to deal with Ethiopia. Our policy at this time is to engage diplomatically with Ethiopia under constructive engagement. That's how she responded. And then guess what happened? When even if we were successful in getting that particular provision killed in the Senate, and when HR with the 6600 passed now from the committee, it asked the State Department the same thing. This resolution is written for the State Department, and it is asking it, it's giving it 6 months to come up with a strategic plan how to deal with Ethiopia under the scenarios that I just summarized. And then it demands for the State Department to come back to the U.S. House of Congress to tell them of their strategy, their plan, how they're going to deal with Ethiopia. That's why we have to fight the fight. There is nobody else except us who have to do this. Now, who is cheering on the side on this? Obviously, the winners are everything to do with TPLF. Their lobbyists are involved in this. There are allegations and a very plausible one. Articles that I've written that some legislative members and even people in the State Department have got some kind of a financial backing from TPLF supporters. Okay? So, they're cheering. So, if we don't understand anything at this point, even the detail of the consequence this bill is going to bring to Ethiopia, all you have to do is see who is joyfully standing to make sure this bill passes and those who are standing against it. And you can make a decision how you can commit in supporting this as if our lives all depend on it. Because the other side is absolutely jumping out of their skin for this to come. So with that, I apologize for taking so long to do this. I wish we could have done this in Amharic. I have a better way to explain things in Amharic than it is in English, but it is what it is. And thank you for listening.
Actually, Diakon Yosef, we'll give you some time to explain it in Amharic as well. But until then, Sheba, I see you're here. Thank you for coming. And I'll give you a few seconds to talk if you're available. And then Asqual, I think you'll introduce John for us.
Okay, yes, hi. And I want to thank Diakon Yosef for that detailed analysis that he just gave us. I mean, this was just incredible. Thank you so much for that. And I will come back to you, Diakon Yosef. Now I'm going to introduce John Philpott. He's been our partner working with Ethiopian American Civic Council. He's a Canadian criminal defense attorney, an expert in international criminal law. He has over 35 years of experience as a lawyer and activist. And I like that because, in foreign policy and everything, I see that we need the older and wiser generation as well as the young generation, because with them comes years of experience and wisdom in these things. And he has been a speaker in international peace movement in Canada, Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East and Asia. And he recently joined the board of Just Peace Advocates. John is a president of the Rwandan Political Prisoner Support Network. He was also a former judge at the Kuala Lumpur War Crime Tribunal in 2019. He has extensive experience working in the Rwanda case and in Africa generally. He was an observer for the International Trial Watch Catalan referendum case in Madrid. He has advised governments and NGOs on international criminal law and acted as a judge at the Kuala Lumpur War Crime Tribunal. And I do want to thank him for all the work he has done. So welcome, John Philpott.
Well, it's an honor. And we're just a grain of sand in this big struggle that is facing your country now. And Ann Garrison, who many of you know, said, John, have a look at this HR 6600. So I sat down and I got on my PDF format and started annotating it. And it was really a horror show. And then Andrew Korybko wrote an article, which I invite you to follow him. And he wrote it very eloquently, in many ways better than I would have written it. He's a commentator on international relations, and I fully endorse what Deacon Joseph has said about this. And Andrew Korybko said it's not there for stabilization and peace and democracy. It's the most malicious form of humanitarian imperialism, short of a Libya-like all-out war. Now, the extreme measures and powers that Deacon Joseph mentioned are not exaggerated. They are exactly right. And they couch it in human rights terms about preventing war crimes. But we all know that the U.S. promoted the TPLF and shut its mouth when the TPLF committed these horrible crimes. And when your country started to win the war, they're making signs of being even-handed. But this is not their intention. They put so many provisions into this law. They want to control social media. Because why? Because the diaspora and in Ethiopia, you won the media war. You have the support. No one believes the TPLF. They provided the requirement for humanitarian aid. Well, you know what that means? That means that they can ship arms into Tigray. That's what it sounds to me like. That was the allegation. I'm not in Ethiopia, but here are the conditions which we just might think about. Ethiopian government ceases offensive military operations. Does that mean it cannot guarantee the sovereignty and the unity of its country? Any country can. Government Ethiopia has taken steps towards negotiations and legitimate inclusive national dialogue. That means negotiating with a rebellion. That is not legitimate. It's a choice of your government. This is the U.S. choice. Measures to promote human rights and adherence to international humanitarian law. Well, we all agree with that, but who's the judge of that? Not the United States. Unfettered humanitarian access. That means that aid trucks can get through anywhere into Ethiopia and carry whatever they want, and no one can check. Independent investigations of credible allegations of war crimes, crimes against humanity. Well, in my profession, I have seen so many fake investigations and fake allegations controlled generally from the human rights industry in Europe. And they are not independent. They follow a political line, and the Ethiopia rightfully rejected the proposed intervention. I think it was in last December, early November or late November. So these are some aspects of this law. They're also concerned about Ethiopia's economic military relations with its neighbors. Now, this does apply to Eritrea, which is another subject, but it's very important that they're concerned about the unity of Eritrea and Ethiopia. But they're very concerned about external actors, the People's Republic of China, which we all know is doing a lot of economic infrastructure work in Africa, in Ethiopia. United Arab Emirates. I'm not an expert on economy, but I understand that Ethiopia has fluid relations with UAE, with Russia, with Egypt, Sudan, and Turkey. So they're not just, they're saying those countries, you can't deal with those countries. Now, in terms of, this is a question of imperialism. the U.S. gives itself the right to determine all these aspects of the political and military and economic life of Ethiopia. This is a form of colonialism, unlike the colonialism of 1885 when Europe divided up Africa. This is a new form of colonialism, and it's related to the question of sanctions, of course. It is really a form of sanctions they're going to apply. And this is why it's urgent to oppose it. And your association has done a terrific job working with Congress, with the House of Representatives and the Senate. And I urge you to move forward on this. I also would like to point out that we are not in 1960. No, sorry, got my dates wrong here. And I'm not talking about Ethiopia only. We're not in 1990, 2000, when the interventionism was winning. They intervened in Yugoslavia, Rwanda, Sierra Leone. Now interventionism is weakening, and your country has the power to look elsewhere. And this is one of the issues. And I have been reading about the No More movement. And I know that in your country, people are somewhat, how can I say, dissatisfied because the government of Ethiopia has not necessarily been totally successful in maintaining its independent line. But the No More movement is a popular movement, and it's very strong in Ethiopia. It's strong elsewhere in Africa. And I get a feeling we're back in the 50s and 60s. For those of you many of you are too young to remember those period. I remember it a bit as a kid and when I was a university student, where the peoples are going to stand up and to the West, because we're at a time now where the Western dominant powers are, they're weaker, and other forces are able to make multilateral economic relations. And we're very, very pleased, of course, with the dam, which is now producing electricity and which will make a big difference. So I think that it's very important not to be tricked by the words of this bill that it applies to everybody. I was very involved in the trials of the International Criminal Tribunal of Rwanda, and those who won the war, Paul Kagame and the Rwandan Patriotic Front, who were strong supporters of the TPLF, got off scot-free and were probably more responsible than those who lost the war for the terrible sufferings that happened in that region of the world, both in Rwanda and in the Congo. So please, let's, in our fight against this mammoth sanctions bill, I kind of consider it a mammoth sanctions bill, we must be very clear about how the U.S. functions selectively in its discussion of human rights. And I think it's really, so it's wrong to allow another country, Western wealthy country, to impose its will on your country, which is still very poor, suffering from the AGOA, and now there's much more coming. And I think it's important for people in Ethiopia to understand this and not fall into the trap that the U.S. is trying to help. And I would urge Ethiopia to speak and to other governments in Africa who are also, in my opinion, waking up to the different economic and political choices which are available in order that the continent of Africa, and you're one of the most populous, second most populous, can move into this century and be as wealthy as we are, if not more. And I hope that this will inspire. This inspires me to struggle with you, and hopefully raise the consciousness so the bill won't pass in the U.S. And if parts of it do pass, that your government can resist and go beyond this types of sanctions. Many countries are under sanctions now. If the secondary sanctions, for example, they talk about secondary sanctions here, that they will have exceptions to humanitarian goods. Those exceptions do not work. No businessman is going to take the risk of sending things because it's humanitarian to Ethiopia. They are not going to take the risks, and Syria has had this problem with this fear of second sanctions, which prevents people from acting. So I'll leave this to you now, and will be available for questions on legal and international political issues. And thank you very much for holding this wonderful event on this wonderful day of the opening and the first selling of electricity by the fabulous dam which your country has created. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for that remarkable speech, and actually just letting us understand where history, and also circling it back to now currently. And I think Sheba, I'll open the mic up for you, and then we'll end up going to the question and answer session.
Thank you, Haile. And thank you, all of you. I'm sorry I joined a little late, but I was just listening. And before I move on, Mr. Philfott, if you could send me or tell me what that article was. People are asking me to pin that article that you referenced.
I will.
Please do. And then so I will, I'll
And
pin
Mike,
that.
what I'll do, I think, is I think Asquel has it.
Yeah, I do.
I'll send it, and she can pin it because I don't know how to use this Twitter space. But
perfect. Yeah.
Asquel will put it, and he's worth following, this man. But I don't want to monopolize the conversation. He's a good guy to follow, and should be invited to a meeting sometime.
Wonderful. Great. Yeah, we'll definitely pin it there. Asqual, I think she knows how to pin it. If not, she can send it to us, and we'll pin it. And you know, just to go back to the topic at hand, and before we open it up for questions and Q&A to the audience and people listening, I think one of the major things that we're trying to stress in this discussion is that with all the differences of different political ideologies that people have and different perspectives of this conflict in Ethiopia and the state of Ethiopia, and how we should go forward. One thing that unites everyone is that we want peace and we want security, and we want to fight against neocolonialism and all of the things that will handicap this nation, and create the things that we are desperately trying to fight, which is bending to the West in all ways and ending up like Libya and all these other countries. That's what our common goal is. I think it's very important to illustrate and to show people how this specific bill is going to undoubtedly affect all Ethiopians, and not be in the benefit of any Ethiopian going forward if it passes. So with that in mind, Haile, I don't know if you want to add any specifics, but before we go Q&A, or Asqual, if you want to chime in, please do.
Yeah.
Go ahead, honey.
Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, I'm really impressed. Everything has been said. And one thing that, keeps haunting me is that how much the TPLF cohorts are pushing this this resolution to pass. I mean, they are, launching a huge social media campaign, and the wording is so divisive. It's mostly saying, let this House resolution pass because it will bring to justice those that violated human rights against Tigrayans and against Amharas in Wallaka. Now, when did ever TPLF ever care about Amara or Afar? I mean, they are themselves engaged in atrocities. So this is really an indication that this resolution is written, sponsored, and paid for by our enemy, the enemy that is trying to destroy and divide us, destroy Ethiopia and divide us amongst each other. So we have to look beyond that. Who is it going to hurt? It's going to hurt the poor, the people that are already marginalized, the people that are displaced. This morning, I was in a different group, and they said over 60,000 people are now away from their home, displaced somewhere else, living under a tree. And this is just unbelievable. And this resolution, if passed and if it becomes a bill, it's going to haunt Ethiopia not today, not next year, for 5 years, 10 years to come. And we can't afford that. And this is why it's critical that we have to look at. We have to look at it. Who wrote it? The enemy wrote the bill. So that's one thing that I wanted to just say here. Thank you.
Thank you, Asqual. I think Deacon Yosef, I think you're on. Is that correct?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. Perfect. Okay, so before that, I know there is some, if you were to sum it up and give us the top 5 of why not, then we'll just go into the question and answers. I think it sounds good.
Yes.
በአማርኛም ማውራትም ከፈለክም I think this is the best time to do so.
Okay, I think it's very important, because what we could do is that just go back and recite some of the highlights so that we all walk away on the same page, knowing with the kind of danger that is posed on us. This thing has never been attempted on any other country. How angry are they? How really collectively want to bring up such a draconian resolution against a sovereign country, who has was essentially done what any nation under the similar circumstances would have done. The United States history itself, the Civil War in the United States that consumed over 600,000 lives, it didn't start to save slavery. It started because the Confederates attacked the Union in Fort Sumter. It was that night they declared war on each other, which is exact verbatim the same as what happened to Ethiopia. So for the United States to have its history with the highest cost that it has ever faced in its entire existence, all wars the United States fought combined together, came as a result of that incident that night. And that is exactly how we find ourselves in Ethiopia. But yet, they dare to bring such a resolution to virtually to take us back to an era that we have long forgotten that it even exists. That's what this provision would do. And they know very well that 3 months ago, they were all cheering up, thinking that TPLF was going to take the capital. They were telling everyone to evacuate. When that plan A failed, that they were pushed back to their own region only. Now Plan B kicks in and comes in the form of this resolution. So what we have to realize is that if such sanctions come in, where even humanitarian organization could not even lend aid, who's going to get hurt in Ethiopia today? Which is the region that is most devastated by what is happening? They know that. Which people are the ones that are taking the brunt of all this collateral damage? They know that. The Amhara and Afar people have taken 99% of all the casualties and the devastation beyond anyone's imagination. Look, when they come and they robbed medicine, they didn't leave the clinic and the hospital intact. They destroyed even the institution itself. So, like any country that goes through war, we're now all bracing ourselves to post-period of rebuilding Amhara and Afar region. And you put this resolution into action, you might as well forget about that. So, even though this is directed to Ethiopia, if you seriously think about it, the region that will most get devastated, more than they are devastated, are those two regions we mentioned. So if we have any cause to be able to help to come to aid to our brothers and sisters in Amhara region and Afar region, we have to fight this resolution tooth and nail. Because this resolution does not treat Ethiopia and all regions equally. We don't want it to affect any one of us. But the reality is such. This war is fought both in Amhara and in Afar. And the devastation is beyond any one of us imagination. So we believe that the post-war reconstruction of Ethiopia means rebuilding what's happened, the devastation in Amhara and Afar region. And with God's permit, once Tigray is liberated, we may have to do the same too there. And in all instances, nations that have basically survived war, they all have international aid to rebuild them, including Europe. Marshall Plan was nothing but that. If the United States did not lend and lease based on the Marshall Plan, Europe would not have been war. They would never have built themselves back to where they are today. They know that. So why are you there doing this to us when we are most vulnerable? And the people of Amharas and Afars literally are the one that is displaced, and they are, forget about the humanitarian consequence of what happened. We will have time to debate that. The killing, the rape, the destruction. The world knows that. We know that. They know that, more importantly. But yet, they're bringing this draconian to primarily hurt the Amharas and Afar people who are fighting in the name of Ethiopia. That's why we have to have our day on this. Listen, if there are policies and other things that we can debate, we will definitely have time to debate. But this resolution, if it comes to pass, we can't even wrap around this thing because it is so nebulous, it is so toxic, it is so damaging we don't even know how we will rebuild ourselves as a diaspora in order to protect our own interest here and the interest of that of Ethiopia, and particularly the ones that are devastated today, the Amhara and Afar regions. There is a time period that is going to take to rebuild this whole thing. But you throw in HR6600 into that mix, you might as well extend this instead of 2 years, however long it may take us. Without it, now we're talking about half a decade, maybe longer, if we even get to that.
So
That's why this is a non-negotiable task that is before us. And I'm sorry that I ended up being so long.
No. On that topic right there, I just had a question, which is one of my own as well. Because one of the concerns that most of us have is this could be looked at as helping Dr. Abiy and his government. And a lot of us are disappointed in what he's been, not his silence in Walaga, his the fact that the government has turned their backs on the Afar and the Amara region that is still having the fights, but it seems like there's no war going on currently. And so, if I was to ask you, why would I support this while that's going on? Wouldn't that be prolonging his government that is continuously preaching but not acting in a sense? What would your answer be to that?
My answer is that both issues are not a zero-sum game. We can fight both elements because they are, at the end of the day, they are one and the same. Because we cannot imagine Amhara's and Afar's interest outside of Ethiopia's interest. Neither can we think of Ethiopia's interest outside of Amhara's and Afar's interest. It is not a zero-sum game. We cannot take this challenge by saying if we abstain for any international harm to come to Ethiopia as a whole, as a nation, that it would not affect in these regions, the one that we mentioned, the one you just mentioned, nor can we say that only this is going to hurt a federal government and therefore there is no consequential damage that's going to come about to the regions and the people that has already have been devastated. But we can fight both elements, at least in our principle. The items that you brought up, Ethiopian American Civic Council have advocated that, in fact, on specifically on human rights violation that has taken place in Walaga, in other regions as well. And by the way, while we're in it, we differentiate the war theaters that was part of Wallo and Afar, and that of those regions that the war theater is not impacting, and that's Walaga. So we've essentially, and I might as well just, because you brought it up earlier in the opening, which I appreciate, we might as well make it public now that Ethiopian American Civic Council has openly requested to the Ethiopian Parliament that it needs to open up a national investigation by creating a commission, an independent commission that is empowered with all its full authorities, just like we see here in this country, even with their limitless institutional power that they have. That the United States, even whenever they run into an incident similar to that of Walaga, they form commissions. Why? Because they want to find the truth. They don't even trust that for an existing structure that the United States has. And they have quite a bit. And Ethiopia needs that at this point. Why are we failing our people? So that they are slaughtered for just being Amaras and just being Afars. Where is the system failure? We know the enemy from outside. Who is the enemy within? An independent commission needs to have full authority to investigate and then report back to the parliament. And the parliament need device then, based on the report, to force the administration to act upon based on the finding. We made this officially, have submitted this to the parliament. Now remember, we're just a civic organization, a diaspora organization, 501c, but yet we're compelled to make this. But at the same time, we fight the fight to save Ethiopia. እንዱ በአማርኛ ልናገሩ መሰለኝ ኢትዮጵያ እናት ሆና 80 ልጆቿን በጽንስ ውስጥ ያስቀመጠች እናት ናት የምንለው በጽንስ እንደ ሰው ልጅ በ9 ወር ወልዳ የምትተዋቸው አይደለም ጽንስ ዘላለም በሷ ጽንስ ውስጥ ያለን በሷ ማህፀን ያለን ህዝቦች ነን በመሆኑ ኢትዮጵያን እናት ሀገር ላይ የሚመጣው አደጋ ጽንሱ ላይ አይወጣም ብለን ያለብንን ከፍተኛ የመጣብንን ሰብአዊ መክሰፍት በአመፀኞች በቴሮሪስቶች የመጣብንን የምንዋጋበትን አጀንዳ እሱንም እየተዋጋን ለእናታችን በከውጭ በተለይ ከውጭ የሚመጣባትን ማዕቀብና ተጽዕኖ የመዋጋት የማዳን ምክንያቱም እሷን ማዳን እኛን ጽንስ ውስጥ ያለነውን ማዳን ነውና ይሄ ነው የሚያዋጣን ምክንያቱም ቅድም ለማስረዳት እንደሞከርኩት ዛሬ HR6600 በአሜሪካን ምክር ቤት ውስጥ እንዲጸድቅ ሲያልፍ ከኮሚቴው ሲያልፍ እጅግ ደስተኛ የሆኑት እናት ኢትዮጵያን የሚቀናቀኗት ኃይሎች ናቸው ኖ ማተር ዋት የኛ ኢንትረስት ከነሱ ጋር የተጻረረ እንደመሆኑ እኛ ያለብንን ችግር አፍነን ደብቀን ሳንናገር ሳይሆን እየተናገር እየጮሆን እሪያል ህዝብንም ማንቀስቀስ ካስፈለገ ይቀሰቀስ ፓርላማውም እንዲነቃ ማረክ ቻለ ያረግን እያል ለምን አታረጉም ይያል ይሄንንም ያንንም የመዋጋት የታሪክ ኃላፊነት አለብን there is no any other way ምክንያቱም ኢትዮጵያ በህይወቷ በዘመኗ እንዲህ አይነት ጠላት አጋጥሟት አያውቅም ዶክተር አብይ የ3 ዓመት ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር የኢትዮጵያ ጋር የሚመጣጠን አይደለም ይህ ቢል የተጻፈው ለኢትዮጵያ ነው ለጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩም አይደለም ይሄ ቢል ከሴኔቱ ቢል ጋር ቢደመር ዋይት ሃውስ ሆይዶ ፕሬዚደንት ባይደን ቢፈርምበት ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ነገ ሌላ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ብናመጣም ኢትዮጵያን በእንዲህ አይነት ነገር እንደ ኪዩባ ከኛ የሚበልጡ ኪዩባኖች አሜሪካ ውስጥ እንዳሉ ሁላችንም እናውቃለን እዛ ግን መድረስ አይችሉም ይሄ የመጣው ለዶክተር አብይ ሳይሆን በኢትዮጵያ ላይ ነውና እናታችን እኛም ጽንሱ አነንና ውጭም ብንወጣ ያለናት እኛው ብቻ ስለሆን በዚህም ያለውን በሚደርስብንን ሰቆቃ እንዋጋለን ዝም ብለን አናይም እናት ኢትዮጵያንንም ደግሞ ማድገድ አለብን ምክንያቱም ሁለቱም አንድ አካል ናቸው እና ሆፕፉሊ ለመራመድም ከዚህም ቀጥሎ እነሱ የሚፈልጉትም ይሄንን ነው የሚያዩት የሚፈልጉት ነገር እኛ በብሔር በክልል ተደምረን ተከፋፍለን እኔ ተጎድቻለሁኝና ሆድ ብሶኛልና የኔ ብሔር ወይ የኔ አካል ተጎድቷልና ደጋረጋችሁ እንዲሏቸው ያንን ነው የሚፈልጉት በእግዚአብሔር ስም we have to deny them that እቺ ምኞታቸው ነች ባይ ዘ ወይ ሌላ ጊዜ ቶፒክ እናነሳበታለን። የብሔር ፖለቲካ ማለት ያው እኛም አንተም ሁላችንም እንደምናውቀው ወንድሜ ለሀገራችን መቅሰፍት የሆነው የብሔር ፖለቲካ እንደሆነ ኢትዮጵያ አሜሪካን ሲቪክ ካውንስል የብሔር ፖለቲካ በህግ የሚታገድበት ነገር ይታሰብበት፣ ሌሎችም ሀገሮች እንደዚህ አድርገው ነው እንዲህ አይነቱን ነገር ያስቆሙ የቻሉት የሚል 3 ዓመታችን ነው ስንዋጋ ነው። በሀገር ውስጥ ያመጣውን አደጋ በእንዲህ አይነት ነገር እዩት እንጂ የብሔር ፖለቲካ ማለት በተለይ ዲያስፖራ ውስጥ ላለ ነው እንድናውቀው የውጭ ሀገር ሀያላኖች እባካችሁ ገብታችሁ በጥብጡን ብሎ በር እንደ መክፈት ነው በኢትዮጵያ። ኢትስ አ ላይሰንስ፣ እንደፈለጋችሁን አድርጉን። እኛ እዚህ ሆነን የኢትዮጵያን ህልውና አትንኩ እያልን ወጥተን ኖ ሞር ኔቨር አጌን እንላለን። ግን ያ የኤትኒክ ፌዴሬሽን በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ እስከጸና ድረስ እንኳን አሜሪካ ግብፅ እንኳን አትሆንም፣ ተራዋ ሀገር እንኳን አትሆንም። ምክንያቱም ያ መንገድ it's a real passport to enter into our body politics። ይህንንም እሪ እንላለን። ግን ባካችሁ በእውነት እንግዲህ ለያዝነው ጉዳይ ይሄ አገርን የሚያፈርስ ሌላ ጦርነት በኢትዮጵያ ላይ የሚያመጣ ብዙ እልቂት የሚያስከትል ጉዳታችንን የባሰ መረረ የሚያደርግ ነገር ሆኖ እባካችሁ እኛ እንደ እሳት አደጋ እሳትን የሚከላከሉ ኃይሎች ራሳችንን እናስብ። እባካችሁ እሳት አደጋ ወጥተው እሳት ሲያጠፉ ብታዩቸው የሚያጠፉት አጠገባቸው ያለውን እሳት ነው መጀመሪያ። ከዛ መትረፍ አለባቸው። ሁለተኛውን ቀን አድረው እንኳን እድል አግኝተው ወጥተው ያኛው ራቅ ያለውን እንደገና ሄደው ለማጥፋት እንዲችሉ። ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ብዙ እሳት አለ። ግን እኔ አንደኛው እሳት ብቻ ነው እንጂ ያኛው እሳት አይጎዳኝም ብዬ ካልኩኝ ሊጸለይልኝ ይገባል። እሱን ነው ምንድነው መለስ ብለን እንድናስብ የምፈልገው። እና የነጌታ I don't know if I answered your question፣ ግን ሁለቱንም ነገር ማድረግ እንችላለን። ደግሞም ማቻል ብቻ ሳይሆንም ግዴታችንም ነው። እና ሲቪክ ካውንስሉ ይሄንን ነው የሚያምነው።
Thank you so much. So I'm going to go into the audience. We're going to go with Johannes first, then we have Triangle, and then Solomon. So Johannes, go ahead.
Thank you, Haile, and Sheba for hosting this.
I'm sorry, Johannes. Hold on one second. Deacon Yosef, if you mute your mic until they finish. Thank you. Go ahead, Johannes.
Okay.
And so what we'll do also is if there is questions, our squad will write them down. And after all three of you speak, then we'll give them to whoever the questions may be to. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Haile. Thank you, Haile and Sheba again for sponsoring this space. It's a very important issue. I think I understood from Diakon Yosef and John. Thank you both of them for explaining to us the bill HR6600. We're getting to understand now. The more we understand, the more we are motivated to work against it. So thank you. I have 3 short questions. I just want to limit my time on questions just to save time for the hostess. And my first question is the sponsors, or not the sponsors, authors of this bill HR6600. What's their motivation? Is it their motivation is United States national interest, strategic national interest, or it's as a result of lobbying from TPLF? I mean, I ask this question because when we talk to our congressman or senators, we just want to have an idea, how to address it. I think that's important. My second question is, I think Haile mentioned also that Yosef also mentioned in our community it's divided on this HR6600, how to deal with it, to oppose it. We are not united. I think there is misunderstanding between national interest and politics. National interest doesn't matter who is on power. It's long-term. It has long-term national strategic consequences. So we have to think about a country, not the leader or politicians, So politics is politics. So people don't understand this is not about politics, it's about national interest. And there is some people who I think support this bill. What's Diakon Joseph's organization strategy to deal with this one? I see some discussion space that's more productive. Actually, that is going to widen the division. So we have to divide strategy to bring together people from opposite sides and then make a united front. So what's your strategy on this aspect, and what you advise us how to approach those kind of people? That's my second question. My third question is, we like it or not, United States is very important for Ethiopia. I mean, like, even if United States strategic interest is sometimes it's against Ethiopia's national interest, it's very important. So Ethiopian government have to have a lobbying representation in United States. I mean, I think China has, Russia has, any other country has, and Ethiopia is, it's linked to the United States, and the Ethiopian government should have some kind of lobbying representation. What you are advising Ethiopian government to do? And again, thank you, Haile, and the hostess for giving this opportunity. That's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll go to the next person, which is Triangle. And then we'll go to Solomon after that.
All right. I was listening to the deacon, and it was a very interesting. The deacon mentioned the name of my people several times in relation to HR 6600. Right now, as we speak, the Afar people are taking the brunt of the attack of the TPLF since December 14th. They have shelled our cities. They have come into our cities, burnt our children, taken over our ancestor land, murdered our people, killed them, displaced them, and committed all kinds of war crimes. We don't know where many of our people are. 500,000 displaced out of a population of 1.87. And during that time, the government of Ethiopia has said that there was no war in that area, refused to send armaments, refused to send soldiers, refused to send any type of humanitarian aid to my people, the Afar people. The same people that yesterday were fighting and sacrificing as the TPLF to stop them from coming to Addis Ababa. And today we are forgotten and we have been murdered by the same group that has been called a terrorist group by the same Ethiopian government. And the same Ethiopian government has said that there is absolutely no war in Ethiopia, in Afar right now, through their spokesman and through the prime minister. Now, the good deacon is saying if HR 66 passes, then the Ethiopian government would not be able to send any type of support or help to the Afar people, which it has not up until now. The Ethiopian government refuses to send any type of support, whether it's military or send in weapons or use their drones against the tanks that are in Abala, in Barahle, in Magale, and every one of our parts, and at the same time that are actually targeting the 500,000 people that have been displaced. Refuses to send and even acknowledge and tries even to silence us on this app. And the deacon is saying that if HR 66 passes, the government of Ethiopia will not be able to help. How cynical is that? How obscene is that? We are here, Afars, listening to you and listening literally on one side, the government of Ethiopia is not doing anything, and you're saying HR 66 will prevent them to even do even less than nothing. I have read HR 66 and I've listened to you and I've listened to a lot of you people that talk. I have read it 10 times. And I'm telling you, in there's a lot of good things for the Afar people and the Amhara people. It holds responsible anyone that has committed atrocities in that war. And as far as I'm concerned, I want accountability from the TPLF that the Ethiopian government refuses to give me, that even refuses to acknowledge that my people are being killed right now. Refuses to even send a bottle of water into Afar. HR 66 in its phrasing, because none of you are quoting it. You keep talking about it, you keep turning around it, but you don't quote it. You don't say, this is what's saying here. I've read it, the two parts that speak about sanctions. One is property to anybody that has committed or has direct involvement in that war. And two, one is sanctions, and two, on their properties in the United States. And the second part has to do with visa. And the third one is the banks that the state banks, they cannot get loans. With all due respect, none of that money, even if they get loans, is not coming to Afar Amhara right now. And all these sanctions only happen if they commit those crimes. As far as I'm concerned, the crimes that are being committed right now against me are by the TPLF, and they are mentioned in this. They're mentioned by name, and they also mentioned, I don't care who sponsored it, this and that. It's mentioned by name, and it's mentioned exactly by deed. Whoever has done this, this, and this, expanded the war into other places, that's the TPLF into Afar. For me, it's literally giving me a profile of TPLF. And in the name of exonerating some other people that might have committed war crimes, whether it's the Ethiopian government, members of the Ethiopian government, or members of Shabiya, if you think that we will, this is somehow like you want to let TPLF off the hook as long as your leaders and the other leaders are not touched, if that is the whole point, it's not going to work with us. I support it. As an Afari, I tell you right now, and tell me I'm not Ethiopian, you don't have to tell me I'm not Ethiopian. Abiy Ahmed told me I'm not Ethiopian the day he says, Ethiopia, there is peace in Ethiopia as my people are being slaughtered. Either we are Ethiopia and there's war in Ethiopia, or there is peace in Ethiopia and no, we're not Ethiopia. I support 666, and if that makes me non-Ethiopian, then so be it. Us and 180.87 million are not Ethiopian, according to your definition. I'm done.
All right, and Dr. Solomon.
እሺ አመሰግናለሁ ኃይሌ በመጀመሪያ I'm sorry thank you Mr. Philippot for supporting Ethiopia and I also want to mention how I admire and respect Diakon Yosef Tafari. And from here, I would like to speak in Amharic. That's my mother tongue, and that's what I would like to speak with. ጥያቄ ምንድን ነው? በአሁኑ ሰዓት ብዙዎቹ እንደገለጹት ተከፋፍለናል። የተከፋፈልነው ደግሞ ልባችን በጣም ስለተሰበረ ነው። ልባችን ለምን ተሰበረ? የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት እንደ መንግስት ዜጎቹን ከአደጋ መከላከል አልቻለም። አሁን ትራያንግል ማን ይገልጽ እንደነበረው አፋሮች ሲበደሉ ሲጠቁ በቲፒኤልኤፍ ኢቭን አፋር ውስጥ ሰላም ነው ጦርነት የለም እስከማለት ድረስ። ሁለተኛ ነገር ደግሞ ወለጋ ላይ አማራዎች በዘራቸው ምክንያት በማስ ሲገደሉ ሲጨፈጨፉ ፕሮቴክት ያለ ማድረግ በመንግስት ደረጃም ይህ ነው የሚባል መግለጫ ለመስጠት ሐዘንን ሲምፓታይዝ አለ ማድረግ በኖሞር ሙቭመንት ጊዜ ህዝቡ አንድ ሆኖ መንግስትን የደገፈው ከቲፒኤልኤፍ የተለየ መንግስት መጣ ብለን ነው የኛ መንግስት መጣ ሁሉን ኢትዮጵያውያን በዘር በሃይማኖት ሳይለይ የሚያከብር የሚያገለግል መንግስት እየመጣ ብለን ነው እና አሁን ከተገለጹት ፖይንቶች አንፃር እኔ ይሄ ቢል I'm only a medical doctor ሎየሩ ምናምን የሚያዩቸው ነገሮች ስትራቴጂክ ነገሮች ይኖራሉና ራፍሊ ሳየው ግን አሁን ይሄ ቢል የተለየ እንዳላችሁት ሂድን አጀንዳ ከሌለው በቀር ታርጌት የሚያደርገው በዚህ ጦርነት ወቅት ህዝብን እንዲገደል ያደረጉ እንዲጨፈጨፍ ያደረጉ ተባባሪ የሆኑ ነውና ከሌጋል ስታንድ ፖይንት ደግሞ ይሄ ነገር በጣም ሊለጠጥ እንደሚችል ይገባኛልና እኔ ዛሬ ልክ አባይ ሲገደብ ደስታዬን እንኳን ከልቤ መግለጽ አልቻልኩም ያልቻልኩበት ምክንያት ምንድነው አንዳንዴ በተበደሉት ሰዎች ጫማ እግር መቆም መቻል አለብን ህዋት በነበረበት ወቅት እንዲህ አይነት ማዕቀብ ቢወጣ እርግጠኛ ነኝ ሁላችንም ብዙዎቻችን እዚህ ያለነው ዲያቆን ዮሴፍን ጀምረን እንዲህ አይነት እንትን አንልም ነበረ። ይሄ ህግ መጣ እንቃወመው ይሄ ሊያጸድቁብን ነው አንልም። ያው ለነገሩ አሁን ያለው የባይደን አድሚኒስትሬሽንም ህዋት ቢሆን ኢትዮጵያን እየመራ ያለው እና ብዙ ጥፋቶች ኢትዮጵያ ላይ ቢከሰቱ እንዲህ አይነት ቢል ፕሮፖዝም እንደማይደረግ እንደማይጸድቅም እናውቀዋለን። የኔ ጥያቄ ምንድነው? አሁን ለምሳሌ አንድ ሰው ህይወቱ እያጣጣረ ሊሞት ያለ በሽታ ቢይዘው ያን በሽታውን መጀመሪያ እናክምለታለን። ከዳነ በኋላ ነው ወደፊት ስለሚከሰቱ ችግሮች እንዲህ አይነት ካንሰር ሊይዝህ ስለሚችል እንዲህ አይነት የልብ በሽታ ሊይዝህ ስለሚችል እንዲህ አይነት ጥንቃቄዎችን አድርግ ምናምን እያልን የምንመክረው። አሁን ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ በየቀኑ እየተገደሉ ያሉ አፋሮች አሉ፣ በየቀኑ እየተገደሉ ያሉ አማራዎች አሉ ወለጋ ላይ። አሁን ፕራክቲካል አይሆንም። ህዝቡን አንድ ለማድረግ መጀመሪያ መንግስት ዜጋዎቹን ከአደጋ ሊከላከል ለሁሉ አንድ አይነት መንግስት ሊሆን ይገባል እና እንዲያውም አንዳንድ ነገሮችን ወደኋላ የተፈጸሙ ነገሮችን እያየን ብዙዎቻችን ኮንስፓይሬሲ ውስጥ እንድንገባ ሆነናል። እንዴ መንግስት ምንድነው ቲፒኤልኤፍ ቁጥር 2 እየሆነ ነው ወይ እስክንል ድረስ እና መጀመሪያ መንግስትን የኢትዮጵያን መንግስት ፕሬዠር ልናደርግ ይገባል። አንዱ ነን እየሄደበት ያለው አቅጣጫ ለህዝብ ዲስሪስፔክት ንቀት እያሳየ ነው። ሲገደል ምንም የማይል መንግስት ለኔ በዚህ ሰዓት መንግስቴ ነው ብዬ ለማለት እንኳን እንዳፍር ያደርገኛል እና ይህን ማለት ነው የምፈልገው። አመሰግናለሁ።
Thank you, Dr. Salomon. I think those are 3. And then after Deacon and John answers those, unless you have we'll go to the next ones. So, Asqual, if you would just do a quick recap of it, and then we'll let Deacon or John go through it.
Sure. The first 2 were the questions and statements were in English. The first one, Johannes basically wants to know who the authors of this bill are and what motivations and interest does that have behind it. He also made a statement that we are currently divided, and in order to bring us together, what kind of efforts and actions does the Ethiopian American Civic Council recommend we do? Third one is the government of Ethiopia should have lobbying, and should that lobbies be hired? And then the next speaker was Triangle Man, and he is expressed great concern that Afar right now is under attack by the TPLF terrorists, and over 500,000 people have been displaced. And how is it now that we think this resolution is going to really hinder the entire Ethiopia, when in fact that Afar are suffering? The government has decided not to acknowledge that and outright denied the fact that there's war in Afar. The last one was in Amarinya. Dr. Salomon የጠየቁት እሳቸውም ያሉት መጀመሪያ የህዝቡን የተበደለውን ህዝብ እንዲሁም በአፋር የሚሞተውን ሌላውም እንደዚሁ በወለጋ እንደዚሁ ንጹሃን የተገደሉበትን የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ይሄን ነገር አክኖሌጅ ካረገ በኋላ ከዛ በኋላ ደግሞ እንደገና ሁላችንም ተሰብስበን አንድ ነገር ማድረግ እንችላለን እና ትኩረት ማድረግ ያለብን አሁን ገቨርንመንቱ ይሄን ነገር አክኖሌጅ እንዲያደርግ አይደለም የሚለው ነው። ዲያቆን ዮሴፍ።
Diakon Yosef, if you're speaking, your mic is off.
Shall we go allow maybe John to comment on the first questions? That was, I think it was in English, I believe. Yeah. Is that possible?
Sure. John, go ahead.
John, do you have any insight as to who may have drafted this bill? And does the Ethiopian government need a lobbying firm, to hire a lobbying firm? John?
John, if you're speaking, your mic is off, sir.
Wait a sec. There. Can you hear me now? Thank you.
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
I think it's as many of your discussions belong to Deacon Yosef and not to me. But on this first point, who wags the dog? The U.S. was friendly to the TPLF government for 27 years, and they were chased out of the country by the population, and the U.S. wanted them back. So the law comes from the U.S. government. The TPLF obviously are partners and have a lot of money. And if there were other forces, so it's the U.S. government which is responsible for this. All these senators, I mean, you can't tell who it comes from. State Department, because the instructions are given to the State Department. So it clearly is U.S. policy and not TPLF policy. Now, with the question of unity in your expatriate community, that's a question, politics, a political question, which was touched on by Mr. Is it Triangle? I heard the name, but I didn't write it down properly. But this is a political issue, which is up to you to resolve, and also it's up to the Ethiopian people to resolve this, because there are clearly problems caused by the U.S. visits to Ethiopia in late December, early January. And I don't know all those exactly what was said. But with respect to lobbying, it's clear that we are entering in a multipolar world where things are changing, and lobbying on all sides, China, Russia, US, is very important for a mature and independent government. I'd like to make a comment. I was very touched by the comments of Mr. Triangle, and excuse me if I don't pronounce your name properly. And I'm very touched by that. I don't know. I presume you're telling the truth. I'm sure you're not lying. I think what you should be very careful about is to think that the U.S. is going to help you. I don't believe a bit that it will help your people who are in terrible problems. And I say that with a lot of respect for what you said. Thank you very much. And I will now pass to
With all due respect, sir, I don't think the Afar people are asking the U.S. to come and help them. We don't have anybody to help us. We don't even have our own government to help us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand and I'm sympathized, but
I'm not asking for the U.S. to come and help me.
This law,
I want my
6600.
government to come and help me, and my government is not helping me.
Hey,
nobody asked you. Don't interrupt. I'm talking to the guy.
Excuse
me. Did he complain?
Did
he complain? Did he complain?
No. What I'm saying is that this bill will not help your country and the people in your region who are having difficulties. It is a form of colonialism. And to think it won't help them because.
Can you please quote it?
I've read the bill. I've only read it.
When it says
you read
sanctions
it 10 times. I read it 8 times.
Okay, in it says specifically under sanctions that anybody that has committed war crimes, and it says it doesn't specify who it is. Any party, it says, that has committed war crimes, that has blocked humanitarian aid, that has murdered people, is effectively is mentioned in this. What is the problem with that? As an Alpha right now, TPLF is doing exactly those things.
Well, I'm politely to you, I think you're mistaken to think that the U.S. is going to act fairly with such an issue. They are a gang of manipulators and liars who exercise human rights foreign
We expect
policy.
better from you, sir.
Sorry, please don't interrupt
I'm reading it right now. Has undermined,
please
attempted to undermine.
Please do not interrupt me.
Triangle,
can you I don't interrupt people when they speak.
No, the reason you're here is to make clear, like to explain to us what's in HR66.
Yeah, but you're interrupting him. Hey, Triangle,
then
I
let
do
him
not
talk
want to make you if you want him to talk, you need to let him talk. You're asking, hey, Helen, can you please mute your mic?
Don't talk about the Alphas, man. And until you're playing a goddamn game, and then you bring out this.
Listen, bro.
Stop mentioning our names. And the Wayane, just like the fucking Wayane, you're using our names and the Shabiyas. Stop using our.
Okay, you need to mute.
Listen, be respectful. Be respectful. We'll give you a chance, and this is what you're doing.
ጥሩ ነው ኃይሌ እንግዲህ ወደ
let's go to the
yeah.
John,
I just
can
like
you
to finish. I'd like to finish my
yes,
sentence.
please. Thank you, John. Please do.
I fully understand this is a very emotional issue, but if you think that the U.S. is going to apply human rights evaluations in an unbiased way, I think you're misreading U.S. history, and they interpret human rights in terms of their strategic interests and nothing else. Thank you.
There was a question that he asked that I would like to get back to, right? From the lines. So what he's stating is the fact that going line by line, it's actually is saying that it will prosecute or basically punish the ones that have committed war crimes and also genocide, right? And so what does that differentiate? So how is that affecting the ordinary Ethiopian citizens, whether it's their visa or any of that? Can you elaborate on that? Because I would like to know the difference between the two.
And if I can add, Mr. Philfott, before you continue, there's other things stated in the bill that talks about limitations on assistance provided through international financial institutions, limitations on security assistance, and these are the other things that, you know, holistically in my mind affect all of Ethiopia, regardless of which ethnic group or you know, what the current internal circumstances are. Can you also speak to that, please, sir?
Well, actually, you said it better than I did. I would have said is that the trusteeship, economic, political, media trusteeship that the U.S. wants to apply to Ethiopia will not be done in such a way. For example, and now the Tigray army killed people in one city just south of Tigray. So they're going to apply sanctions in Tigray. That's not how it's going to be done. They will apply it in a way to hurt the Ethiopian government, the Eritrean government, and it's not just, they're not going to have a tribunal anyway. It's mostly to do with financial institutions and AGOA and these types of things, which will bring suffering on your country, which is trying to become sovereign. You're expert, you know your country better than I do, but there's a lot of hope in your country now because of the dam and diversification of its economic relations, and they're going to try and hammer at anybody who helps and works with you and lends money to you, because anybody who opens businesses and needs to have access to loans, and this is where the issue is going to hurt the most. And what I'm saying to you, sir, is that if you think the U.S. is going to be fair with 60/60 or with the other 3199, which is the sister or brother of that act, I think it's a serious mistake. And if you look at U.S. policy in Africa or in the Middle East, or Western Asia is a better term for it now, or in Latin America, you will see that the U.S. policy is based on U.S. strategic interests, U.S. economic interests, and has nothing to do with human rights. Nothing at all. And that's why I disagree with you, although you touch me seriously with what appears to be happening in your part of Ethiopia, which I don't know that well because I'm not Ethiopian. And thank you.
Thank you, John. And I guess we go to the next question. The next questions, I think that would be for DK. Yep.
Yeah, let's just make a quick comment on the questions that have come, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the first question is obviously a very important question, which is essentially why are they doing what they're doing, and who are the people? ይህንን የሚያደርጉት ከቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር የተዛመዱ ናቸው ወይስ there is a national interest or direction, a policy direction to that makes them write document like this? እና ጥያቄውን በደንብ ከተገነዘብኩት the answer is both. በሁለቱም አቅጣጫ ነው እና ደግሞ ይሄ ቅድም አሁን ጆን ሲናገረው እንደነበረ ሲገልጸው እንደነበረ እንዲሁ በቀላሉ የተገኘ ግንኙነት አይደለም ከቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር እና it goes back to the time of President Carter እና essentially you know at the time የነበረው crisis ሁላችንም የምናውቀው ነው እና ዩናይትድ ስቴትስ ኢትዮጵያን የሚያክል አገር ስትራቴጂክ አገር የማጣት ጉዳቱንም ያመዛዘነችና የምታውቀው ስለሆነ ጥቁንም ታውቀዋለች ብታጣትም ደግሞ ጉዳቱንም የምትገነዘብ በመሆኑ በዛን ሰዓት በተለይ የደርግ አስተዳደር ለመጣል ከማንም ጋር ሊሰሩ ፈቃደኞች ነበሩ ከዛ ውስጥ እንግዲህ መርጠው ያወጡት ቲፒኤልኤፍን ነው እሱም ለ27 ዓመት ተጠቅሟቸዋል ቲፒኤልኤፍም ደግሞ ተጠቅመዋል ናው የህዝብ አመጽ ሆኖ አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ባለው የለውጥ ሂደት ውስጥ ባለው ሁኔታ አሜሪካኖች እንደፈለጉት ቲፒኤልኤፍ እንደሚያደርግላቸው መስተንግዶ እና ታዛዥነት እንደ ያንን መልሶ ሪስቶር ማድረግ ይፈልጋሉ ይሄ ግልጽ ነው ለማለት እነሱም ራሳቸው ይናገራሉ ስቴት ዲፓርትመንት ውስጥ ሁሉ ገብተን አነጋግረናቸዋል I mean as a policy matter publicly ወጥተው አይናገሩ እንጂ this is a clear evidence now the TPLF is not without a resource and I think ብዙዎቻችን መገንዘብ ያለብን ምንድነው even እነዚህ እነሱን የሚደግፉትንም ሰዎች በቀጥታ የምናስጠነቅቃቸው ነገር ቢኖር ምንድነው የተሰረቀ ገንዘብ አለ ሉትድ የሆነ የደም ገንዘብ ቲፒኤልኤፍ በእጁ ላይ ነው ያለው ስለዚህ በገንዘብ ካያቸው 95% በእነሱ እጅ ነው ያለው እኛ ግን ሰፊው ህዝብ ኢትዮጵያ ሆኖች 95% ግን ቮት አለን እና you take your pick ወይ ገንዘቡን የምትፈልጉ ከሆነ ወይም ምክንያቱም both clearly there is a process of influence that comes about በገንዘብም ሆነ እኛ በምንለው አይነት የፖለቲካል ካፒታል አለን የቮት የማድረግ የሚል እና ቨርጂኒያ ላይ እንዳደረግነው በሌላው ቦታ ላይ እናደርጋለን ብለን ዝርዝር ውስጥ አልገባም ከእሱ ሰፊ ነገር ስለሆነ ነገር ግን ይሄንን ነገር በሚጽፉበት ጊዜ በተለይ በዚህ አይነት ነገር ከቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር የሚናበቡ ሰዎች ማን እንደሆኑ እናውቃቸዋለን ምንም ሚስጥር አይደለም ግሬገሪ ሚክ ነው በቃ አለቀ እሱን ነው ያዙት እሱ ደግሞ የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትር የውጭ የፎሬን አፌርስ ኮሚቴ ሊቀመንበር ነው ሴኔተር ማንዴዝ ነው ሴኔት ውስጥ ሴኔተር ማንዴዝ ከቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር እየተናበበ ነው የሚሰራው እሱ ደግሞ የሴኔቱ ፎሬን ሪሌሽን ኮሚቴ ሊቀመንበር ነው ዋናውን በሄንን ስቴት ዲፓርትመንት ጋር የሌጂስሌቲቭ ብራንች ኦፍ ዩኤስ ገቨርንመንት የሚሰራው አካል እነዚህ ሁለት ሰዎች ናቸው ያዙት it's not a surprise HR6600 ከግሬገሪ ሚክስ ሲወጣ S3199 ደግሞ ከሴኔት የወጣው ከነዚህ ሁለት ኮሚቴዎች የወጣው ያለ ምክንያት አይደለም መነሻው የሚያደርጉት ሁሉ የሰብአዊ መብት ጥሰት በሚል ነው ይሄ ላንጉዌጅ አዲስ አይደለም ይሄንን ያሉት ላስት ይር ከኤፕሪል ጀምሮ ነው በሴፕቴምበር 17 ላይ ፕሬዚደንት ባይደን በኢትዮጵያ ላይ ሳንክሽን በመሪዎቹ ላይ ሳንክሽን አረጋለው ሲል they know ያሉ እነዚህ በቲፒኤልኤፍ ላይ ይሄንን ወር ኮንዳክት የሚያደርጉትን ኃይሎች ውጭ ያላቸውን ኢንትረስት የሞኔታሪ ኢንትረስት ሁሉ የት እንዳለ ያውቃሉ አንዱንም ነገር አልነኳቸውም እነሱ ቅድም ጆን እንደገለጸው እኛም ወጥ ገብተን ስንከራከር የሚሉን ምንድነው እኛ we deal only on state to state ማለትም ገቨርንመንትን እንጂ እንደዚህ የተዋቀሩ የፖለቲካል ፓርቲዎች ወይም ግሩፕን ኦፊሻሊ ከነሱ ጋር እኛ ዲል አናደርግም ነው ማለት ይሄ ማለት ምንድነው? it is a cover that they use in order to get ቅድም የተነጋገርነውን የፎረን ፖሊሲን በሚመለከት እነሱ በሚፈልጉት መንገድ የመቀየሩን ነገር ክሊርሊ ኤክስኪዩት የሚያደርጉበት ፕላትፎርም ነው። በሌላ በኩል ደግሞ ካየነው አሁን ያለው በኢትዮጵያን በሚመለከት በተለይ ኢትዮጵያና ኤርትራን በሚመለከት ባለው ሁኔታ ላይ አሜሪካንን ኢንትረስት የሚቀናቀኑ ኃይሎች ኢንፍሉዌንስ እያገኙ እንደመጡም አይተዋል። ይሄ እኛ ከምንጠብቀው በላይ ኢትዮጵያንን መዋጋት ብቻ ሳይሆን እነሱ ተቀናቃኞች ናቸው የሚሉትን የሪጂናል ፓወሮችን ሁሉ የሚዋጉበት መሳሪያ መድረክ ሆነናል። እና አይድነቃችሁ ስማቸውን ሁሉ ጽፈዋል እዚህ ሳንክሽን ውስጥ። ተርኪ አለችበት፣ ዩናይትድ አረብ ኤሚሬት አለችበት፣ ቻይና አለችበት፣ ኢራን አለበት። ነው ቅድም የተነሳው ወንድሜ የሚያለው ከአፋር ወንድሜ ያነሳው ጥያቄ አፋርን በሚመለከት ሰብአዊ መብትን በሚመለከት ማንም አድርገው ማንም እንዲቀጡልን እንፈልጋለን ይላል። አይ ዊሽ ኢት ዋዝ ዛት ሲምፕል። ምክንያቱም ይህንን ነገር የምንመረምረው እኛ ነን። ኢንዲፔንደንት የሚለው ቅድም አንስቼላችሁ ነበር። እነሱ መርማሪዎች፣ እነሱ ፈራጆች ያንን ደግሞ ወስደው በስራ ላይ የሚያውሉት እነሱ ከሆኑ where is የተባበሩት መንግስታት የሰብአዊ መብት ድርጅት ያወጣው ሪፖርት? where is የኢትዮጵያን ሰብአዊ መብት ያወጣው? እና በዓለም አቀፍ ሬኮግናይዝድ የሆነ ይልና ኢንዲፔንደንት ይጠይቃል። ግን የዓለም አቀፍ ያወጣውን ማስረጃ ግን ማንበብ ወይም መቀበል አይፈልግም። ስለዚህ አሁን ያለብን ችግር ለመጀመሪያው ወንድሜ ላነሱት የዚህን በተለይ ቅድም የተነጋገርንበት ነገር በአንድ በኩል ህዝቦቻችን እያለቁ አፋር በአማራው ክልል ውስጥ ያለው በወለጋ ኢቭን ከጦርነቱ ውጭ ያለ ምንም ነገር ውስጥ የሌሉበትን ወገኖቻችንን በብሔራቸው ብቻ እየተመረጡ የሚታረዱበትን ነገር የምንዋጋበትና ይህንን ደግሞ በአጠቃላይ ሁላችንንም አፌክት ሊያደርግ የሚችለው እንዲህ በቀላሉ አንዴ የሀገሪቱ ህግ ሆኖ ከወጣ በኋላ ይህንን ለመቀልበስ ግን ዘመናት የሚወስድብን ከፍተኛ ጠንቅ የሚያመጣብን ነገር እንዴት አንድ ላይ አዛምደን ሁለቱንም ጉዳይ ማቅረብ እንችላለን፣ መስራት እንችላለን የሚለውን ነገር ተቀራርበን መነጋገርና መስራት እንችላለን። ሌላው ግን ሎቢንግ የሚባለው ነገር እንደምታውቁት ያው እኛ የኢትዮጵያን አሜሪካን ሲቪክ ካውንስል ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ በዲያስፖራ ታሪክ ውስጥ ሎቢ ፈርም ቀጥረን አንድ ብቻ ሳይሆን ሁለትም ሶስትም ብለን ባለፈው ዓመት በሙሉ ያጠፋነው ጊዜ በዛ በኩል ያደረግነው ስራ ነው። ብዙ ነገር ተመርበታል፣ ብዙ ነገር ጠቅሞናል። ቅድም ያነሳንላችሁ የኤችአር 4350ን ከሴኔት ውስጥ ለማስወጣትና እንዲቀር ለማድረግ ያስቻለን እሱ ነው። ግን አንድ ነገር ልግለጽላችሁ። ይህንን ነገር እኛ ሲቪክ ድርጅት ነን፣ ያውም የዲያስፖራ we have very limited resource። እሱ ብቻ ሳይሆን ብዙ ኢንፎርሜሽን አናውቅም እኛ። ስለዚህ እንዲህ አይነቱ ነገር ወንድሜ እንዳለው በትክክል እንዳለው ሎቢ ፈርምኛ ሳይሆን መቅጠር ያለብን የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት መቅጠር አለበት። ሲቀጥር ደግሞ ኃላፊነትንና ኢንጌጅ የሚያደርግ ኢንስቲትዩሽን በዛው ልክ ማስቀመጥ አለባችሁ። ምክንያቱም ሎቢንግ እኛም በኤክስፔሪየንስን ያገኘነው ነገር ምንድነው? አክሴስ ይሰጡልሃል እንጂ ባላቸው ኔትወርክ ግንኙነት ይፈጥሩልሃል እንጂ የማስረዳት የማሳመን ኃላፊነቱ የባለቤቱ ነው። ያ ባለቤትነት ከኢትዮጵያ መንግስት በላይ ሊሆን የሚችል የለም። ስለዚህ ከውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስቴር ጋር ተጻጽፈን እባካችሁ እነዚህ ብትችሉ እነዚህን ካልሆነ ሌላ እናንተ የምትፈልጉትን ግን ሎቢንግ በዛኛው አንጻር ኢትዮጵያን የሚዋጉ ሎቢስት ከ3 በላይ ያው ኦፊሻሊ የተመዘገቡ አሉ ብለን ይህንን ነገር ያነሳንላቸው መቼ ነው? የሰሜን እዝ በተወጋ በ3 ሳምንት በኋላ we saw it happening እና እባካችሁ ብለን አቀረብን። 4 ወር ሙሉ ደጅ ጠናን። መጨረሻ ሰሚ ያጣን እንደውም ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ ፓርላማ ላይ ወጥተው ዲያስፖራዎች ሎቢ ፈርም እንዲቀጥር ይፈልጋሉ 1 ሚሊዮን ብር አውጥተው ምናምን ይሉኛል። 1 ሚሊዮን ብር ካለኝ እኔ የተራበ ህዝብ አለ ምናምን አለና ግን ሀሳብ ሰጡ። እዛ ላይ ብትፈልጉ እናንተ ራሳችሁ ገንዘቡን ሬዝ አድርጋችሁ እናንተ ባይሆን ቀጥራችሁ ውትወታውን ጀምሩት አሉ። እንግዲህ ይሄው ከሆነ መልሳቸው ሳንወድ በግድ እኛ ሎቢ ፈርም መቅጠር ነበረብን። ግን አንድ ነገር እንድትረዱ ያስፈልጋል። በህጉ መሰረት አንድ የአሜሪካን ውስጥ የተደራጀ የነን ፕሮፊት ድርጅት ነን ፕሮፊትም ባይሆን የንግድ ቤት እንኳን ቢሆን ሎቢ ፈርም ከቀጠረ በኋላ የውጭ ሀገር መንግስት ኢንትረስት ሪፕሬዘንት ማድረግ አይችልም። it becomes a non-registered agent of a foreign government. እስር ቤት የሚያስገባ ወንጀል ነው የሚሆንብን። ስለዚህ ከኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ጋር ሎቢ ፈርሙን እስከያዝን ለዘጠኝ ወር አንድ ቀን እንኳን በስልክ ተነጋግረን አናውቅም። because it prohibits us. ሎቢ ፈርም ስለቀጠር እኛ ባለን ኢንፎርሜሽን ማስረጃ ያንን ነገር ለመስራት እንሞክራለን እንጂ ከኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ጋር መቀናጀት አንችልም። አሁንም አንቀናጅም። Ethiopian American Civic Council we're not an agent of the government. We are not an extension of the government. የኢትዮጵያ መንግስትም ስፖክስፐርሰን አይደለንም። እነሱ የሚሉትን ነገር ለማስተባበልም ነውም ብሎም እነሱን በምንም አይነት መንገድ በዛ መንገድ የተዋቀርን አይደለንም። ፍላጎትም የለንም ያንን ለማድረግ። ኢቭን እንደው እንድታውቁት ያህል አሁን ዲያስፖራ ኑ ሲባል እኛ እንደ ተጋባዥ እንኳን አልሄድንም፣ ሌላ ይቅርና እና the point is ቀድሞ እንደሚያነሳውን ነገር ለማድረግ ይሄንን ሎቢ ፈርም አሁንም የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት መቅጠር ነበረበት። የሚገርማችሁ ነገር 3 ጊዜ ቀጥረዋል። 3ቱም ጊዜ ግን አንድ የረባ ውጤት አላስገኘም። ለምን? ኃላፊነት የወሰደ ኢንስቲትዩሽን አልነበረም። እዚሁ በኤምባሲው ተፈረመ፣ ሁሉ ነገር ተሰርቶ እንዲመጣ ጠበቁ፣ ምንም ነገር ሳይሳካ ቀረ። ይሄ ለኢትዮጵያ የምግያዊ ታክስ በየሩ ገንዘብ ነው። ምልህኛ እንደው አለ አይደለም የራሳችንን ለማጋነን ሳይሆን እንደው በጥቂት ገንዘብ እንኳን የቀጠርናቸውን ሰዎች ትንሽ አክሰስ ሰጥተውን ቅድም ያልኳችሁን በጄኖሳይድ ኢትዮጵያን የሚያስፈርጀውን ህግ ለማሰረዝ ወቅተናል። አሁን ግን ይሄንን ሲሪየስ በሆነ መንገድ እንዲያስቡበት ማቅረቡ አንቲ ተገቢ ነው። ሌላው የዚህን በተለይ ወንድሜ ያነሳው በጣም በስሜት የገለጸው ነገር ነው። እኔ የምጋራው ነገር አንደኛ ኦፍ ኮርስ there is no way እኔ የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ይሄንን አላለም የሚለውን ነገር ለማስተባበልም አምናት ካፓሲቲም የለኝ የማውቀውም ነገር የለም በዛ። ነገር ግን እንዲህ አይነት እውነት ነገር ተብሎ ከሆነ አሁን ወንድሜ እንዳለው ይሄ ትክክል አይደለም። አዎ ምክንያቱም የሰው ልጅ እንደዚህ አይነት አደጋ በሚደርስበት ጊዜ በኦፊሻሊ ሬኮግናይዝ መደረግና ለመደረጉ አይደለም። ምክንያቱም ጉዳቱ እንዳለ ነው። ህፃናት የሚገደሉ ከሆነ ምንም አዛውንቶች የሚገደሉ ከሆነ እህቶች የሚደፈሩ ከሆነ ያ ኃጢአት ያ ግፍ ታሪክ ይዞት የሚቀመጠው ነገር ነው። መንግስት ተቀበለውም አልተቀበለውም ያንን የሚቀይር ነገር የለም። ነገር ግን ለዚህ ስል የተሰለፈውን ኢትዮጵያ ህዝብ እስከ ወዳኛው ማስቀየም ሊሆን ይችላል ይሄን ከተደረገ እና እንዲህ አይነት ነገር አልተፈጠረም በሚል የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት መግለጫ አውጥቶ ከሆነ ያንን እኛም አይተን ለዛም መልስ እንሰጣለን። ቅድም አሁን ያልኳችሁ ነገር ነው። እኛ በምንም አይነት መንገድ ማናችንም ብንሆን ኢትዮጵያን ህዝብ የትም ቦታ ላይ ብንሆን በተለይ ደግሞ ኢትዮጵያ ብለን ለኢትዮጵያ ስትል የሚሰዋው ሰማዕታት እና ነገር ግን ይህ ቢል ቢያልፍ ሳንክሽኑ የሚመጣው እነሱ ባጠኑት እነሱ በላኩት ማስረጃ ከዛ በኋላ አምጥተው እነ ቲፒኤልኤፍን በፊትም አልነኩ አሁንም አይነኩም። ለአፋር ሲሉ የሚቀጡት ሰውም የለም፣ ለአማራውም ሲሉ የሚቀጡት ሰው የለም። they're not even interested in that። ነገር ግን እኛ በአጠቃላይ ሁላችንንም በዚች እናት ሀገር ማህፀን ውስጥ ያለነው ሁሉ ግን እኩል የሚቀጣን አንዳንዶቻችን ግን የበለጠ ሊቀጣን በሚችለው መንገድ ግን ሊጎዳን የሚችል በመሆኑ አሁንም ይህንን ቢል ዋይል በእያንዳንዳችን በኩል ያለውን ቅሬታውን ስቲል አድቮኬት እያደረግን እሪ እያልን እየጮህን ከልብ እያልን ነገር ግን ይህንን አደገኛ የሆነ ቢል ቅድም ወንድሜ ባነሳው መንገድ የራሳቸው ባላቸው የፎረን ፖሊሲ ኢንትረስት እና ከቲፒኤልኤፍ ጋር በመናበብ አድርገው የጻፉት በመሆኑ እንወቀው፣ ጠላቶቻችን ፍንጥዝያ ላይ ናቸው። HR600 ሊያልፍልን ነው ብለው ምክንያቱም የሚጎዳውን ያውቃሉ፣ የሚጠቅመውን ያውቃሉ። እኛም ደግሞ እነሱን የሚጠቅም ስለሆነ ድረስ እኛን የሚጎዳ መሆኑ አውቀን ይህንን ነገር ሳይውሉ ሳያድር መረባረብ አለብን። በዚህ ይህን የምናደርገው ለኢትዮጵያ መንግስት ብለን አይደለም፣ ለኢትዮጵያ ህዝብ ብለን ነው። የምናገለግለው ሀገር ነው፣ የምናገለግለው ህዝብ ነው። እግዚአብሔር ከፈቀደ ደግሞ ዞሮ መልካም ስራ ስለሆነ ድረስ ደግሞ ራሱን ፈጣሪን ማገልገል ስለሆነብን ነው እንጂ ማንም ፖለቲካ ፓርቲ ውስጥ አባሪ አይደለንም። ለኢትዮጵያ መንግስትም ደግሞ በምንም አይነት መንገድ የነሱ ቃል አቀባይ የነሱ ኢንትረስት ተወካይ ሆነን አይደለም። ዛሬም እዚህ ገብተን ያለ ነው እናንተን as an extended family of the EACC በሚል ነውና በዚህ መንገድ ብንተረጎመው መልካም ነው ብዬ ገምታለሁ።
Thank you, Deacon. For everyone listening who doesn't speak Amharic, I mean, the Deacon just stressed the need for the Ethiopian government itself to hire lobbyists to support this cause, and how the opposition or the enemy of Ethiopia in any facet, whomever you deem, gains from this, and the Ethiopian people lose in however you look at this bill. So before we go to the speakers, and I know some of you have been waiting, if you don't mind, I want to go to Miss Stacey Walker. Stacey, if you would just introduce yourself, and I know I'd asked you to speak on what's a good strategy, or what would benefit the Ethiopian people and the diaspora specifically in how to oppose this bill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sheba. It has been a pleasure to listen to this conversation, and I am just struck, of course, by the passion and the division. And I actually sent Sheba a message, and I said, the best thing the diaspora can do for itself in these United States is to come to some form of consensus about what you all want. I know that everyone wants something different, but I think as you look at HR6600, I think you need to think about what it is that you would like to see in that bill so that you could live with it. I think until you all get on a similar page, it's just and pool your resources and speak as a united voice. You're going to have people who have more money than the next group, who have a better relationship with a certain member, who get there first in time, that are able to shape the narrative. And in the end, who loses? The Ethiopian people. So I was saying to Sheba, what is it that we can all agree on, that we want it to be better for the Ethiopian people? So what does that look like? I mean, I think we start there. And if we can come up with one or two things that everyone's on the same page about, that's going to show some effort on your part, and that will help American leaders make some decisions that make sense.
Absolutely. And thank you for reiterating that, because one of the things that we have to be very realistic about is that in the diaspora and on the ground and inside the country, there's, as in any country, and specifically in the context of Ethiopia with 120 Haile? Haile, can you mute? Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So in the context of Ethiopia itself, with 120 million or so people, you don't have one ideology. but in the very complexity of this conflict, and you're talking about a country that's been institutionalized as an ethnically divided federal country, into ethnic federation. That is already has so many ills in itself. We're at a point where we have conflict with with the TPLF, which has caused all the travesty in every region nearly, but mostly in the north. And then you have now in this war all sorts of division and things that happen where there's groups of people who hold the government accountable. And me being a supporter of democracy, I think that any people should question and have the right to demand answers of their government, of their elected government, in any facet. And that should happen internally, and that should happen not just because of this conflict, but in general. And that's something that anyone who supports democracy should support. However, when we're talking about us as diasporans, fighting for the sovereignty of the country, for the peace and security of the country, and facing neocolonialism and all sorts of things that are literally going to handicap our ability to even support our country financially, to invest in our country for development efforts, and they're so abstract and so vague. We have to heed caution, and we have to be aware that this is something that affects the majority. And in that aspect, how do we come together, and how do we plead our case? In just as Ms. Walker stated, what are our common points that we can come together so we can understand the danger of HR 6600 to our people at large, and take the responsible position of opposing this as a unified voice. And I think that's a major aspect that we're trying to drive here.
Yeah.
Aspa, do you want to add to that?
Yes, exactly. I agree with you. And I do appreciate Ms. Walker for that important note that you added, that we need to really figure out what it is that we want to accomplish, and can we have a unified voice. And I think, as Diakon Yosef expressed, the TPLF and our enemies, perhaps even Egypt, and all those lobbying against us have the 95% of the money, whereas the diaspora somehow is united up to this point, and we do have the 95% of the voice. Case in point, Virginia, we were able to, with our Eritrean American and Ethiopian American brothers and sisters together, flip the governor to the Republican. And as you know, you may know this, we traditionally vote Democrat. Our children born in this country vote for Democrats. So this is the first time as Ethiopian and Eritrean American diaspora that we're switching parties, whoever it is, just not to elect the Democrats. So this is why we're doing these sessions, specifically to have some sort of a united voice so we can go to the ballot box and determine the election. And I think we're talking to Georgia senators, for example. We're making headway there. They're starting to understand what TPLF is all about. So hopefully with that 95% manpower, although we don't have the lobbying power, we can make some changes, and that's where we're here. So with that, and I do know that somebody's waiting to ask a question. Go ahead. I think I see a person with their raised hands. Malaka, go ahead.
So before Malaku, before you go, let's just go ahead and get the lines ready. So it will be Malaku, then Jayburu, and then Yerus. And then after that, I'm gonna once you ask your questions, I'm going to send you down so we can bring the next three up. Okay? I believe Tafari, you'll be next. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you, Haile. Thank you, Oswald, and I agree everything what you said, Diakon Joseph. I mean, I've been living here for over 40 years. This is the first time I have a problem convincing anybody to call their representative regarding HR 6600. The problem is not my friend or my family. The problem is the Ethiopian government. They tell us one thing today and they do another thing tomorrow. I've been calling, I've tried to convince by texting, sending email, a lot of things, but I cannot convince anybody. They ask me, why not the government in Ethiopia take action, the killing Amara people and Afar people. The killing in Walaga didn't start like Afar 3 months ago. It starts long time ago. Why not the government take action? The government is elected to protect its own people. Hey, I don't have any answer for that. I live in the United States, and then I know how the politics work in the United States. I don't have any power to convince the government Ethiopia. So the problem is not those who live here, and the problem is the government of Ethiopia, and that is the problem I have. And then my question is, I know how the sanction works, and then I had people, and I have my coworkers. I work in a Fortune 100 companies. I know peoples from Iran, very intellectual peoples. I know how they got hurt due to the sanction. I want to know anybody here, the lawyer, can explain to me Section 4 implementation penalties. In that Section A, it mentioned U.S. Code 1702 and 1704. Can somebody explain to us what those sections are? And thank you very much.
All right. And then Jeburu, you're next, and then it'll be Yarus.
Thank you, Eileen, for the opportunity, and thank you for putting together this important session. And thank you, Shiva, and Deacon Joseph, and Mr. John Phillot. I think I just wanted to make a series of points. First off, just as a starting point, there's a lot of mixed messages being sent to create a kind of a sense of confusion as to what this bill actually affects, who this bill actually affects. There is a tendency to make this as a bill that targets specific individuals, and by extension, maybe discipline the government of Ethiopia into complying in some sort of way. It doesn't. There is an executive order in place signed by President Biden in September of 2021, Executive Order 14046, which does individual sanctions on individuals. So that's already in place. Why the need for this expansive bill? That is the second point. That said, I think section by section, I'll start by the last one, section 11, where it has definition. The term gross violations of internationally recognized human rights includes torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges and trial, causing the disappearance of persons by the abduction and clandestine detentions of those persons, and other flagrant denial of the right to life, liberty, or the security of persons. I think if there is anyone who has done that, I think you know who that is. That actually really should apply to the good old USA because it has that all of those things by their own admissions. But that aside, this bill is worse for the Ethiopian-American relationship in the first place. The idea is that the U.S. wants to limit expansion of the Chinese influence into Ethiopia and Africa, and this is the wrong way to do it. Remember in the 70s when the U.S. turned its face and antagonized relationships with Ethiopia, it turned that country and that whole region into the Eastern Bloc. And it's repeating that all over again. And also the Democratic Party, for doing this, is also turning key voting constituents in America to Republicans. So that's another point I wanted to make. Besides that, if we look at the bill closely, starting on Section 4, that is actually a little bit above that. The intention is also to develop a strategy, that is Section 3A, to develop a strategy for diplomatic influence. That is not intended to punish individuals. That is intended against a country interfering in diplomatic relationships. So this is to address the point that this is only affecting individuals or officials. If you wanted to do that, you wouldn't interfere in diplomatic relationships. Section 3B2 also talks about unfettered access. Another nation will not allow a different nation unfettered access to its land. That is just a big no. And that's not really targeted at persons or officials from the government. And in no way disciplines or holds anyone accountable. And that is the reason this is not the way to go about it. Section 3B5, it talks about ensuring the safety and security of embassy staff, citizens, and permanent residents, including contingency plans to evacuate. That's extremely intrusive into another nation. And this is the kind of thing that kind of poisons relationships between two countries. Not only is this bad for Ethiopia, it's also bad for the United States. Section 3B6 goes to control of speech. Coordinate with social media companies to mitigate the effects of social media content generated outside of the United States, focused on perpetuating the civil war and other conflicts in Ethiopia, including through hate speech and language inciting violence, all of that. So that is directly, I think John talked about that. Limiting free speech is also something very, very un-American. That is not holding anyone accountable. It is holding an entire group of people from their right to speak. Section 4B is another one that goes to the multilateral sanction aspect of it. That is, it seeks to engage with the United Nations Security Council, NATO, the EU, the AU, and other relevant actors to achieve a coordinated imposition of multilateral sanctions and export controls. And that is also not on individuals, that's also on a nation. That also extends to dual use items for licenses. No export items for defense from the USA. For example, US companies cannot contract with the government of Ethiopia or with Ethiopians on defense items. That is not targeted not only on responsible individuals, but on a nation and its people. Section 6 talks about the limitations of assistance. Section 6.1a, and I'll read that, Section 6A1 actually, to use the voice and vote of the United States and the respective institutions to oppose any loan or extension of financial or technical assistance to the government of Ethiopia and Eritrea. That is a sanction. This is not holding anyone accountable. Section 6A2, it also talks about working with key donor countries to develop a coordinated policy with respect to lending to the government of Ethiopia and the government of the state of Eritrea aimed at advancing human rights and promoting peace. That is also influencing other countries from making loans. This includes Eritrea, but we are really interested in how it affects Ethiopia, and it clearly says that. Section 7 under limitations, Section 7A, talks about the United States International Development Finance Corporation may not provide support under Title II of the Better Utilization of Investment Lending, Leading to Development Act. It mentions that act for projects in Ethiopia. I'm just giving you a list of all this relevant portions, sections, and subsections of the bill that directly targets Ethiopians. I'm actually really clarifying for Ethiopians who believe this is not targeted at the nation, but very specifically at certain actors. Section 8 for support and accountability. It provides financial and technical assistance for activities necessary to preserve information, basically, for what they consider war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and all of that. And the funds also go to help, quote, independent investigations. We have all seen independent investigations are
evidence.
Preserve evidence, exactly. Preserving evidence.
Yeah. Why are you omitting it?
Well, I'm actually reading and talking at the same time. I'm not omitting anything.
Okay.
Preserving evidence by whom? That leads to the independent nature of preserving and investigating, which is really not independent. A lot of these agencies, the nation that imposes a sanction is also going to be the nation that preserves and investigates abuses and rights. So all of this are why we call this draconian, excessive, unnecessary.
That's not true.
Hey,
That's not
Tafari,
true.
it's not your Tafari. I'm not trying to have a back and forth. When you get your chance, you can talk about that. I'll let you talk about what's not true. Write it down, and then come back on it. So, Jay Baru, if you would wrap it up for us, and then we'll go from there. But I do not want to have these back and forths. Please.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, this
Go
is
ahead.
the nature of this discussion so that it becomes very distorted and angry and emotional. The facts are here. Open up the bill and read it. The bill is written in such a way that it makes people feel kind of nice. Why wouldn't you feel nice about a bill that talks about a support for stabilization, peace, and democracy efforts in Ethiopia? That sounds pretty nice, except for the fact that there's stability and there's relative peace. The country is at war, all right? But there is also democracy. Remember, we were very proud of the fact that Ethiopians held their first democratic election successfully, despite what's going on. And so the bill is formatted with languages like this. This is the type of stuff that people latch on and say, well, this might be helpful in some respect. My argument is that it is not, because Ethiopia is not as destabilized, as disturbed, and chaotic as this bill leads you to believe. Thank you. I took a little bit of your time, Haile. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. And so next, I think was Yerus, and then we'll go to Tafari after the answers. I think Jaybaru, I don't think you had a question. It's more of explaining some of the stuff. So we'll go to Yerus. So I'll put you down as a listener.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you everyone for coming together to kind of help everyone understand, how this will impact the people of Ethiopia. So I think mine is more of a statement rather than a question. Maybe I might ask for elaboration on different aspects, but I think track record of America with their sanction tells the story. You don't need anything else but their track record, because that tells you what the intentions are, and that also tells you why it will be done. So think about a country that have been sanctioned, that has survived that sanction, or have solved the humanitarian crisis or war, or whatever reason that they decided to sanction on. There is not one country. You can look at African countries, Middle Eastern countries, everywhere. There's not one country that they've sanctioned that they've helped elevate the situation, help the poor people, blah, blah, this shenanigan y'all come and crying about. It never works. And I'm not saying that. Their track record is saying that. They sanctioned for two reasons. One is to convince the government, whoever government they're sanctioning, to submit or obey whatever they want them to do. If they do, then everything will be okay. The other reason they would do it is to make the people suffer so much that they turn against their government. Those are the two only reasons they sanction. So in our case, the Ethiopian, what we know, I think even the people that are coming out here and saying, well, I think this would solve this and solve that, deep down, you know what the demands of America is. Now, would the Ethiopian government submit to that demand? That's a whole different question. And if the government of Ethiopia did submit to those requests, I bet you it's those same people that came out here and said all kinds of crazy things that will be saying the exact opposite thing when that happens. When the Ethiopian government submits to the request of America, it will be those same people that would be screaming and shouting and crying. The last thing, again, the second reason is to make the people suffer so much. The people currently, there is a potential that a lot of poor Ethiopian mothers that work an entire month to get paid $4,000 so they can pay rent, feed their kids, and do all kinds of things with this economy will be paying a great price. Because unfortunately, big companies like Walmart, Target are pulling out because AGO is not an option for them. There is cheaper option for them to go to India, to go to other places to be able to do that. So there is a great potential that we're already at a higher, even with China's help, that we're going to have thousands of poor Ethiopians, not the government, not nobody, that's PP. Abiy is going to go home, eat a nice dinner, go to bed. Whoever else, PP cadres, every single one of them will drive the same car they're driving today, will eat the same food, will close the same thing. Nothing will change for them. But what will change is that poor mom, maybe now she has to live on the streets because she no longer has a job that pays 4,000 birr a month. And so that's what we're looking at. If it's to go, and that's with AGO, right? But if we're to go into this sanction, it's the same exact thing. Look at Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe went the same phase. And maybe John can explain a little bit if he has a deeper knowledge about that. But Zimbabwe had the same issue, I think, since 2003. They sanctioned it, and they sanctioned it because they said humanitarian crisis. That was bull crap. It was because the government took the lands from them. But Zimbabwe has been in that cycle. They sanctioned 37, I believe, farms. And all those people that used to work in those farms now vanished out on the streets begging for food. And their children, the same thing. Zimbabwe government was around for a while. Nothing happened. The UN came out and said, hey, this sanction you throw on Zimbabwe, an attempt to solve humanitarian crisis, has created a catastrophe. Now we have hundreds and thousands of people hungry, not being able to live the very minimal life of eating. Lift the sanction from Zimbabwe. That was a UN envoy. Even recently, just this year too, when they renewed the sanction, and they said no. And so still Zimbabwe to this day is suffering the same thing. Now there is a divide, just like there is a divide amongst us. There are people who still say, yeah, I see the hungry people, but I still want my country to be sanctioned. And there are other people who say, no, my people are hungry and I want the sanction to end. But nevertheless, the governments are running, driving their nice cars, eating whatever the hell they want. But the people are paying the price. So that's the case in every situation, every circumstance. Sanction kills. Now you have a personal vendetta, or you're upset at the government that they're not proactive and what. Yes, I agree with you 100%. We have a lousy government that's still trying to clean out the system. It took 27 years to get us into this point, into this catastrophe, and it will take more time to be able to clean up the system and to be able to unite the people and create a system that functions and truly attempts to bring justice and equality for everyone, regardless of ethnicity. It's going to take time. And people are dying left and right. People are hungry. The economy is going up high every day. And that's going to go on because we haven't had a stop. We haven't had a month or two when there is not a conflict, when there is not some sort of drama in the time that we've been. So whether you like the government, you don't like the government is not doing, the solution is not sanction. America has never given a damn about any African lives or African American lives or anybody else. Don't give a damn about Afar or Amara or whoever else you say my people. And that's the word I start to hate so much. My people crap. Everybody that speaks out here is because they feel they're our people.
Yes.
So don't try to weaponize it and try to come up here saying, oh, my people this, my people that. Didn't the same thing happen to Wallo people just 5 months ago? Where the government wasn't there to protect them and they were settling score with them? What the hell has changed? Nothing has changed. We were the same people who were speaking 5 months ago when all this suffering was happening in Wallo, when the government was nowhere to be found. Why should be the question. Why is the government not there? Are they not strong enough? Do we not have enough military? What is going on? And that we can echo and direct to the government. But to come out here and pretend like, oh, I and myself, the only one who cares about these people, you guys don't care about these people, and to go down that rabbit hole, man, what a shame. And
Thank
you will
you.
if you do that.
Thank you, Yerus. I'm sorry to cut you off. Think so. I didn't hear a question on that end. So, Asqual, if you would go ahead. And the next couple of people that's coming up, we do have 14 people that are requesting to speak at the moment. So, after these three come talk. So, Asqual, if you would, the first question, if you would go ahead and summarize that, and then we'll go into the next three people.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I think somebody wanted these sections explained. And then, Dekan Yosef, if you have heard the last statement, which I also echo, you can comment on that as well. Go ahead.
Okay. Yerus, you were not only all eloquent, but you were truly, truly convincing. Better than I can explain things. This is what this is all about. Okay. All right. HR6600 passed. And S3199 passed. President Biden signed it. So what do we got? Who gets hurt? Who gets hurt? Thank you. Thank you so much for your clarity. It is the common people, especially the one on the bottom of the, with income earners that are destitute already. And if you extend it a little bit further, there are two Ethiopia today. One is a war zone and the other is not. And if you're a destitute and war zone, it would impact you even more so. And I honestly, I'm going to look for you because you are a treasure. We need this kind of clarity to really make the case. So, President Biden gave, like the gentleman before you said, he was issuing an executive order of September 17 against some of the leaders of the country. You know what they found? They actually did not find that much to sanction on it. There you go. By the way, the bill on HR 128 that we successfully helped pass, it had a provision called the Magnitsky Act. Essentially, that's what it does. It's to go after, and all it needs is the executive order from the White House. Doesn't have to come to Congress to do that. All the laws are written already. You don't need to come up with a new resolution and make it a law of the land. But yet, guess what? They have yet to sanction a single person worthy of mentioning. If there were, Ethiopia, its treasure has been looted by TPLF for 27 to the tune of $30 billion. That's a fact. We made the case when we went to before Congress to testify. And it is that money today that is at play. And they know where it is at. So if they really want to sanction, They couldn't find anything on the leaders today, and that are in office to sanction, to speak of. So who are they sanctioning? Actually, the people are still there. The one on September 17 executive order was targeting are the very same people that today that are in power. So if we think this sanction is going to help them to do what? Freeze asset that the U.S. Treasury Department cannot trace? That's not going to happen because they already tried. And they have acknowledged that. So on who are we talking about this sanction to go on? To the ordinary Ethiopians, and particularly the people who really suffer the most in today's war theater. And now, who are they? The Amhara, particularly Wollo and Afar. And finally, I wanted to comment about the gentleman about the laws pertaining to Section 1701. Basically, that's what they consider an unusual and extraordinary threat, which is essentially a national security threat. So essentially, they determine whatever action that is taking place by Ethiopians, including one in diaspora, whatever activity we're doing, whatever things that they deem is a national security and an unusual and extraordinary threat to the United States, that is sufficient by itself. And what basically is it authorizes and grants the president literally to put these sanctions unilaterally. They don't have to come to get approval from Congress. Because that law, I don't know when it was written. I think it was written many years ago, and essentially it's in effect. And basically, that's what it is reciting. So, folks, just take a deep breath and just look at this thing from a little bit from a distance. We're talking about a nation that is fighting for its own sovereignty and its own national security. And in this crisis, the United States inserts itself, let me just say this, Congress in this case, inserts itself and say, well, okay, so regarding this, and particularly since the diaspora, in fact, we've seen it more than any other diaspora group being so vocal, we're going to target certain people. And it's going to be at the discretion of the United States. It's not just selling military weapons and whatnot, whatever they seem to be deemed. We've got good folks that came up with a hashtag like no more. Do we want those people to be targeted? If those people are targeted, are the rest of us are safe about this? Because they say for whatever their reasons are, if they deem it as an unusual and an extraordinary threat, that's all sufficient. And they are the one who can judge what that is. Anything can be such. That's why this bill is a very dangerous bill. And as I mentioned earlier, a companion bill, a Senate bill, is waiting thanks to Senator Mendes. That 3199 immediately will come to effect if it passes the House. That's why Ethiopian American Civic Council says our first defense line has to be to block this thing to advance, since it already cleared the committee, to going into the floor for a full vote. We don't want that consideration. And we would like our Ethiopians and Eritreans, and we've got other broad African diasporas also, to fight this thing not to advance. Essentially, that's what the ask is.
Thank you, Deacon. I'm just going to go ahead and
say go to the order, and then also Asqual, I sent you a DM of some questions that came up as well. But Monte, you actually Tafari, then Monte, and then Malaku. So in that order, and then after
I just
that,
got a 30-second question.
if Tafari was okay with you going before him, then that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Monte.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Love the space here. Just quick question for I have trouble pronouncing her name. It's Ashqua T. You talked about voting down the ballot and voting for the Republican Party. Can you recite what you were saying? I was trying to follow you there.
Yeah, well, in Virginia, there was a governor election where the Republicans won over the Democrats, and the Washington Post issued an article as well that the number of votes by which the Republican candidate won reflects the number of Eritrean and Ethiopian Americans in Virginia. So there's a lot of campaign. We did go out there and galvanize the community to vote out the Democratic candidate because of the fact that they weren't supporting our interest. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So, are you saying that that I guess the community is going to just start voting Republican because it's a better interest?
No,
I
no.
think Monte, what it is I'm sorry, Asqual, I'm just going to skip it, jump in here. So what it is it's more of making sure that your vote is powerful enough. So it's not about voting one way or the other. It's making sure that we let our congressional leaders of Congress or Senate or whoever it may be know that our vote counts, and we actually articulate what it is that we're looking for. As an Ethiopian community, you can vote one way or the other, but at the end of the day, there's things that is important to us as a community, and so we want them to know what the power of our vote is and what it is that we're interested in, and what is near and dear to our hearts, and that is the sovereignty of our country, and also that we do not want outside interference in our country. So that's basically what that goes to. So whether it's Republican, Democrat, or whoever it may be, at the end of the day, if it's not going to represent us, then we don't want them in. We will vote against that party.
Exactly. In this case, the Republican Party clearly supported our cause, so we overwhelmingly voted for him.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. All right. So next, Tafari, go ahead.
So, what I wanted to say is that we should not outright reject this bill because there are really wonderful provisions in this bill, especially with regard to people who have been brutally massacred in the jungle in Oromia,
Tafari,
Afar.
I'm not going to cut you off, and this is not me cutting you off, even though it does seem like it. When you said that, because I want everybody, I want this to be a space where we understand exactly information, right? I know there was a space before we go back and forth, but when we say this is good, there's good things in that bill or in that in the bill. Could you specify what those things are, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so I was gonna. So, so it like, especially like if you look at, Section 8 already the other person has already read it, in terms of like preserving evidence. And then if you look at, Section B, that provision is really, really crucial because right now we don't really know how many people have been killed, slaughter in Oromia, Afar, in Hamara region, everywhere, especially like the peasants, those who are living like in a remote area. Because most of the time when we listen to like, VOA or NPR, we hear like this many people have been killed. And then the VOA will call to that particular, region or district and then ask officials there. Most of the time they deny and then they usually say it was a personal, conflict between group and so on.
they also portrayed it as it was just a gitche, meaning like a conflict between two parties, even though it was just like ordinary patients who were living in their home. Somebody comes in the middle of the night, burn the entire village, and so on. So we don't really know, even like to accuse somebody who have done this, to bring those people to justice. We don't even know how many people have been killed. So this particular provision in terms of preserving evidence, and then the B section, which is very crucial, it says the president is authorized to share information possessed by the United States government with organizations engaged in credible investigation meant to lead to prosecution of individuals credibly accused of gross violation of internationally recognized human rights, war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and other atrocities in Ethiopia in accordance with this section. So that means earlier this bill said that the investigation group will be formed with consultation with the United Nations and African Union. That's what it says. So this agency, this independent investigation group, will have access information by law from NSA, the National Security Agency, which actually has a very powerful tool. Even the European leadership, they are listening to European leadership, they could not even prevent it. So they will have access to that information from the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and then also even USAID because they have operations. So meaning that if somebody is credibly accused of atrocity, when you take this person, chances are you can prosecute this person because the evidence will be provided from all these sources, among other things. So far, based on like the news report and so on, the denial of the Ethiopian government, I personally don't expect justice for people who have been slaughtered from the Ethiopian government because it has been denied, not even acknowledging the atrocity. So there has to be external, international, independent investigation to come in, investigate, and bring those people to justice and ፍትህ ለሰዎች ምስኪን ለሆኑ ገበሬዎች no involvement in politics, slaughtered while they were burned alive. I mean, the kind of cruelty that's taking place in Ethiopia is just astounding. Who, when those people would be brought to justice? I don't expect the Ethiopian government to do that. So this bill really does that a wonderful service for the Ethiopian people, for the poor, and then also hold those responsible to account. That's all. So please read it.
Thank you, sir. So I believe you're done, right, Tafari?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, excellent. So if I don't think you posed a question really. You did give a statement. So if anybody wants to respond to that, I will let them do that. But I think next is Malaku.
So, Haile, just before you do that, just a clarification point and just back channeling with folks here. When we're talking about this bill, it has been introduced and passed out of committee, but has not went to vote yet. So I think it's important to make that distinction. But please proceed.
Thank you.
I think maybe John may want to comment if he's still here about the last comment that was given about the independent, external, international investigator to looking into atrocities and alleged crimes against humanity. This is a key here. I think when the United States calls for an independent investigation, they're not really looking outside to hire a balanced investigator out there. John, would you agree? Or Deacon Yosef?
All I can say is that that's why there is an institution of the highest form called the United Nations Human Rights Council. That's why we have that. And even though we, in some cases, are saying that they are biased, at least they have put out their report. And I mean, we can send them a copy if they want to. That's independent. Why do you need another independent unless you make your own assessment unilaterally and make our world to comply to your finding? And that's where the whole thing, the crux about this is you need to connect the point. And what becomes a liability is that they're asking us to make, based on this resolution, the United States to come up with a strategy, the State Department, that is, a way for them to shape the entire finding of everything that's going on in Ethiopia. And then once they make that decision, like I pointed out, I mean, even all our activities and everything else, never mind the killings, even anything else we say or do here is now under that auspices. And which means that even though the umbrella clause is to find an independent investigation, then if we negate the fact the United Nations does not count, how can you trust that any other party can do impartial investigation for the benefit of the cause itself without putting in question what is the ulterior motive? And then what? If they make that decision, where do we go if we disagree with it? That's why we say the United Nations has made a determination about this. They're still on the ground because they did not, by the way, their investigation does not include the atrocities that has taken place both in Wallo and Afar. They said nothing about that. That includes also with the Ethiopian Human Rights Council. The only one who international recognized humanitarian organization, human rights organization, is Amnesty International, what they have put out after the TPLF has pushed back to clear from the region. So these are as independent as we can get, and you need to be worried about when they start saying, no, we want our independent investigators to go into Ethiopia. And why would Ethiopia allow that? So that's my take on it.
I think that's the key differentiator here, and people seem to go back to that point. They're saying if there's an independent investigation, then we're going to bring all parties to face justice, and that's really not what's happening. And thank you for that. And it also one thing that I wanted to point out is that the State Department is saying out there that we're normalizing relationship with Ethiopia. They're doing, releasing funds or what have you. But then on the back end, they're coming down with this kind of resolution. So, it's really strange, and that's, I think, a lot of confusion emanates from that. Why have all these resolutions to go into a bill if in fact that they're trying to normalize a relationship? This is what they do. There's a soft and a hard way of negotiation with other countries that they want to dominate. So at the end of it, this is what they're trying to do. We're normalizing relationships, but at the same time, you need to obey the way that you negotiate with TPLF, the way we outlined it for you. Otherwise, here are the sanctions. So go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, absolutely. So I think we'll go to Malaku, and then we have Biniam, and then Nub G, and then we'll go to Nati after that. Okay, I think I just said 4 people instead of 3. I need to learn how to count. But Malaku, Biniam, Nub, and then Nati.
All right, thank you so much. And I want to thank you, Haile, Asqual, John and Diakon Yosef, for opening up the space and letting everybody know what's going on and being open to the questions. I have some comments and a few questions as well. I'll try to keep it brief. I heard a speaker earlier talking about who's actually doing all these legislation. Who are these people? Who's working against Ethiopia? It's a long list. It's like playing whack-a-mole in this situation because we have, and I made a list as you guys were talking. There are 14 bills that have come forward against Ethiopia. HR 1079, HR 842, HR 445, Senate Bill 3075, Senate Bill 3199, Senate Bill 97, the appropriations for foreign and state operations, which was 4373, and then in the individuals that are actively working on these legislations: Brad Sherman, Tom Tillis, Chris Coons, Bob Menendez, James Reish, and of course, Tom Malinowski. And if I've forgotten somebody, please share with us, because we need to be actively involved in all the states that these people are running, because we need to make sure we are voting in those states and organizing in those states. I want to go back to the National Defense Authorization Act. In November and December, there was a language in there that talked about Ethiopia that was very much similar to 6600. That specific language, which Malinowski, by the way, designed the original and put it in the NDAA, and now he's brought it forward again, had one section that dealt with genocide, and then there was a second section that dealt with the dam in Ethiopia, which was kind of odd because it was a very short section, but it really was talking about how Ethiopia needs to have fair sharing of the water resources. Why was Ethiopia not able to get loans to build the dam? No one would give us the money, so we had to build it ourselves. Fine. All the agreements in the past when it comes to the Nile were designed and written and agreed to by the British, by the Egyptians, by the Sudanese, and Ethiopia was not included in any of these agreements. The agreements, majority of the time, give the veto power to Egypt over any Nile project. So when you think about the history before we got to HR 6600, keep that in mind. So now we'll have to ask, why are Ethiopians divided when it comes to HR 6600? What is the hidden danger in this bill that people aren't seeing? So the predecessor actually focused on the Ethiopian government and the Amhara militia attacking Tigrayan forces and attacking Tigray. It said nothing about the TPLF's action in Amhara, in Afar, and the things that they've done throughout Ethiopia. So it was very difficult for anyone to say that was an okay bill. So 6600 is a little bit more palatable because it gives people a sense of justice. It actually holds the TPLF responsible for their activities. The government of Ethiopia is held responsible, and it actually lists other parties that may have committed war crimes or indirectly included in any way doing or committing war crimes in Ethiopia. They're all going to be held responsible. So it makes it feel like someone is going to fight for the rights of people who haven't been represented, who have no voice. It gives the appearance of neutrality, but the reality is when you get through the 23 pages and you get to page 24, when people will get caught up in page 1 through 23 because there's a lot of minutia there. But all that minutia is not actionable. Nothing is going to come out of it. But on page 24, you have the declaration of genocide and the finding of genocide. And what that does is that activates the international responsibility to protect. This RTP basically gives the right to any member state to intervene to protect the innocent and stop genocide, which, Ethiopia is a member state and it has agreed to be subject to the RTP. With this genocide language being in there, when there are grave circumstances, namely war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity, these are the things that will allow the responsibility to protect to become active. So under HR 6600, that opens the door, which was previously shut, with the National Defense Authorization Act when it put the Ethiopia language in there with genocide in there. First, the Genocide Declaration, it really is the purview of the UN and UNHCR, and they've already gone in and done the work. So by virtue of having the United States do this, one, I object because the US tax dollars shouldn't have to be used with US legislation where the impact is on the constituents like us who need to speak up or who are not involved in the decision making for these legislatures to come up and create rules that impact Ethiopian citizens, okay? And then this opens up the door for the foreign governments, because now once you have the right to protect, the foreign governments to basically can come in and start running Ethiopia and start dictating to Ethiopia what they can and can't do, not just financially, but in many other aspects. And most Ethiopians would fight to not be colonized. And we've done it in the past, and I don't see any reason why that would stop. At the end of the day, what all Ethiopians want is just really to work in peace and take care of their families and pray to their God, and that's it. And so now what I'd like to ask for you guys is, how do we stop these proposed legislations from becoming law? And this is really for Dakon Yosef and John and anyone else that can answer. Because today we're fighting HR 6600. I'm sure tomorrow they'll come up with something else. They're going to continue to do this. So how do we ensure that these things don't become law? I have a couple of ideas, okay? Congressmen and senators love to talk about human rights. We need to ask, when we speak to our congressmen and senators, we need to ask them to publicly denounce the TPLF and their aggression into Afar and into Amhara, and all the atrocities, the destruction that they've caused with hospitals, schools, churches. We need to hold them accountable. We want our congressmen and senators who care about human rights to speak about this publicly. And when we talk to the congressmen and senators, we need to provide them assurances that the Grand Renaissance Dam will be fair. It is going to be for the benefit of not just Ethiopians, but the Sudanese and the Egyptians will also be beneficiaries, because the fear is that it's a war about water. It's a war about resources. So we need to assure them that it's not the intent of Ethiopia to withhold water from Egyptians or Sudanese. And the second question that I have is, how are we organizing in New Jersey, New York, South Carolina, Idaho, these states where these politicians like Malinowski, who come up with anti-Ethiopia legislation all the time? How do we stop them and ensure that they are not elected so that they continue this campaign against Ethiopia? So those are the two questions that I'd like addressed. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'll go to listener mode.
Thank you, Malaku. Before we proceed, Stacy, if you want to please weigh in to that first question that she asked.
I got the second question. What was your first question? Will you repeat that?
Well, the question I heard was, how are we going to, or how can we stop these types of bills from being proposed and coming to pass? What would be the answer?
Well, you'll never stop the bills from being introduced. That's number one. But you can make so much noise that it's just something that they don't want to get into. You can socialize the issues and articulate what you want and build coalitions and identify champions for your cause in such a way that every single time it's brought up, they know there's going to be a fight. Right now, it's low-hanging fruit, right? Because the other side apparently has more money and is better organized, and because the diaspora is not on the same page, right? There are people in Congress who think that they are helping the Ethiopian people by supporting this bill, and they don't understand why they're not. The second thing that you asked was, you said, well, actually, I have a question for you. You said you wanted to give assurances that the dam would be available to everyone. Well, how can you as a diaspora give any kind of assurances? You're not a government agency. You're not a part of the government. You can't give that assurance. And given the way things can change and how volatile that area can be in a short amount of time, giving assurances, we're not really in a position to give assurances. So I think that this is going to come down to, number one, the other side having better PR, right? Better organized. And so what I think all of the passionate people that I've heard on this call speak, and all of you are speaking the truth, think you're going to have to figure out how you can come together and create a toolkit, if you will, of what is going to work for you with and what you're trying to do. I think you lead with human rights and with people. And at the end of the day, it's probably going to be about money with the United States government, right? And we're probably going to support the people, to echo what Mr. Pol Pot said earlier. The United States is probably going to serve the people and look out for the people that give them the best financial options. So then are we just going to hit them with guilt? Are we going to talk about the fact that people are dying and the approach that's being taken is not going to save a life? You guys have to speak with one unified voice, and that's going to be your source of strength. And you can have an absolute campaign where you're hitting all of these senators in the different states, and you have a complete campaign with op-eds, with tweets, with everything, but you're not going to stop this. I once represented Azerbaijan, and every single year from the diaspora, we had Nagorno-Karabakh come up, and we always knew there was going to be certain members of Congress who were going to introduce the legislation every single new Congress. So this won't go away, but your superpower will be the fact that you're speaking for people. You have truth on your side. You're trying to say, no matter what, we have to protect our family members at home. And you're going to have to find some consensus that everybody can rally around. That's what you're going to have to do. But you'll never stop the introductions. And right now, Malinowski is continuously introducing these bills, and Sherman, because they think they're helping someone, and they've got someone in their ear telling them this is the right thing to do. I mean, I think that you guys probably need to speak to folks at state. I think you probably need to speak to the White House. But the one thing you can't do is go up there with 25 different views on what should happen. You have to find a consensus on what you'd like to see happen, even if it's 5 things, if it's 2 things, and lead with that. But as long as you're divided, the people with the most money are going to get the furthest.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
on that clarity. I think we're gonna go. Go ahead, Shiva. I think you were going to say something.
No, I was just going to thank Stacy for that perspective, and just to reiterate that what we're hearing from folks that work with the United States government, who have done the work of lobbying and representing interests. Repeatedly, what we hear is that a divided cause will reap not much, if we're not together on this, if we're not able to recognize that the damage to Ethiopians, and not the Ethiopian government, because it just seems to be that same concept that gets repeated from people who have the dissatisfactions and questions to the government about internal affairs, whatever they may be. And again, I will reiterate, the questioning your government and pleading for answers and fighting for the rights of all Ethiopians and all human beings at large, period, is something that is expected of anyone who recognizes and respects democracy and fair government. So that's fine. But when we're talking about things like HR6600 and the overt kind of oppressive stance that it presents to the sovereignty of a country, and how much it strips away the powers of the people. That's the key point of unity that I see, and that we're trying to drive in. So
Yeah, I think you're right on this, that Ethiopian American Civic Council has extensive experience in passing HR 128. To that, we had great unity. And I don't know if Diakon Yosef wanted to point out what worked for the diaspora advocacy so far, and what do you think we should do?
Deacon Yosef,
Yeah.
if you could unmute.
Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah, that is a broad subject. I think that tonight's session is to find a common ground for various issues. I think most people do not realize, but we have more things that is in common among us who stood for Ethiopia yesterday, who are still standing together. We have issues that we have to understand um, and find that common area. And my thought is that the issue concerning about some human right violation is taking in Wallaka and in other hotspots is the same issue that is burning us also alive. So what we need to do is find a common platform of things that we will agree upon, but we don't do it at the expense of this or that, because that would be probably a major failure, and that's my advice. Having said that, I hope this discussion will continue. Next week, we will hold another Zoom meeting that would broaden the subject matter even further. But I want to say the best way to do is to listen to each other and come up with a platform that will bring us back to where we were in 2018 when we passed HR 128. One quick answer to this wonderful the speaker who just spoke and asked a question, what we're doing to somebody like Tom Malinowski. Ethiopian American Civic Council has already endorsed Tom Keene. Happens to be a Republican. The last time, I guess, they competed against each other, and he lost by 1.2% of the vote. And our rallying behind Tom Keene is going to hopefully make a difference. But we let both candidates know what our position is. And we have heard from Tom Mullen, thanks to his proud author of the HR 6600. We know where he stands, but we don't know much about Tom Keene. But the position of the other Tom is so bad that we have no choice but to oppose him for this candidacy for re-election. So we've reached out to the office of Tom Keene to give, first of all, maybe have a session with him and to talk to him about, explain all these concerns that that all of you have expressed. And through that, maybe he can also make a better decision regarding HR 6600. Listen, we should not vote party line. We need to vote the individual content of each one of those candidates. The last time Donald Trump forced us to go just swing by and really go the opposite side when it comes to a party affiliation. And we soon regretted it. Not that we would, I guess, prefer to Donald Trump, but the point is we need to go about in making sure that they know we vote our interest. The state of Ethiopia is our interest, just like the Jewish Americans do, and that we need to be very clear of that. We need to show them that we have the political capital and the wherewithal, and we need to show them our history, that we've made a difference in some critical states. And this time we're very motivated to do that because they really truly have weaponized this resolution to a point that we cannot bear it. And that is what we need to have, a unified voice, and then deal with other issues that we've got and to make sure that we create a common platform. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Deacon. And I think just for time's sake, if we go on for another 30 minutes, that'll be midnight here in the East Coast. And then, so give 3 minutes to each of the speakers, and then we'll wrap it up as soon as we get to those to that 30-minute mark, if that's okay with everybody. I think
That's good.
sometimes too much information is it's not good too. So yeah, so I think the next speaker was Nub, and then Biniam, and then Nub, and then Nati.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful discussion. The presentation was very good from Diakon Yosef and Mr. John Philpo. I think that the Ethiopian Americans, to one extent or another, understand that HR 6600, I thought it was 6660, anyway, does tie the hands of Ethiopia to one degree or another. But I think the issue that we're not addressing, there's some pretty big, not one elephant, but multiple elephants in the room, is the fact that us as Ethiopians, whether living in Ethiopia or outside of Ethiopia, are not really talking about the core issues. So for example, when APAC made a statement, that's the American Ethiopian Political Action Committee, made a public statement in early January after the TPLF and OLF members were released from jail. It was blatantly clear that naming Oromo extremism was not going to be part of the statement. And this is really important. We have to be very clear about at this particular moment in history, it may not have been in other moments in history, but at this particular moment in history, it is Tigrayan supremism or extremism, whatever you want to call it, under the form of TPLF, and Oromo extremism under OLF and all of its subtitles are really the ones that are damaging Ethiopia. However, it is TPLF that is being blamed for everything. And so underneath it all, whether voiced or not, enough Ethiopians understand, whether they want to say it publicly or not publicly, that there's not an honest conversation about what's happening, that OLF supporters are being involved in the process of lobbying the United States government, of destabilizing Ethiopia. And in fact, when people bring this Oromo extremism narrative and truth to the table, they're shushed. In fact, a lot of times they're shushed by the key individuals that are collecting monies from the Ethiopian diaspora or the Ethiopian citizenry. In fact, they're told they're Wayanis or this or that. They support TPLF just because they're asking for innocent civilians to be protected. So I think it was important that, I believe her name is Stacy, said some key things, and it didn't come from me, that it's very clear that we're not talking in a united voice. Well, the reason why we're not talking in a united voice is because some of the key individuals that are making the decisions for the direction that we go as an Ethiopian diaspora community in the United States in particular are not the ones that should be the ones talking on our behalf. They don't have have not made the decisions or taking us in the directions with integrity, with clarity. And as a result, there's going to be Ethiopians that say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to support HR 6660 because the Ethiopian government, Abiy Ahmed, it appears has some kind of Oromo extremism agenda. And if he doesn't have that, well, there's all this evidence that a subset in his government has an Oromo extremist agenda, and he's not doing anything. In fact, he's showing up for photo ops all over the place and even traveling outside of Ethiopia, and he's not addressing the victims on the ground. Then, then you talk about the Amhara and Afar issues where, for let's say since June, a whole like eastern, northwestern, and north central parts of the country are absolutely left to fend for themselves without the help of federal funding, federal protection, nothing. And so what we have is we have a breakdown of one, trust. We find people that have been leading the charge in the public eye, not really the ones that can make a difference with the Abiy Ahmed government. And also point three or point C is that there isn't really integrity in the process, right? We're kind of stuck in the middle. I don't blame Diakon Yosef or EACC. I don't blame anybody related. They have done good work. I've seen it personally, and I think that their assessment is correct. That any kind of support of HR 6660 would hog tie Ethiopia as a country and abuse the most vulnerable. But we're in a state now that we've been taken in a bunch of different directions by people that have their own personal interests first and not the interests of the needs of the truly most desperately needed Ethiopians. And I think that's kind of the underlying issue that has not been addressed. I mean, just a few weeks ago in Walaga, in a period of about a day and a half, 300 Amaras, for example, were just slaughtered, right? The regional government of the Oromia region was complicit. They were involved. They didn't protect the citizens. And this is happening almost on a daily basis. And it's not like it didn't even, the fact that OLF is a part of the lobbying body to the United States government didn't even end up in the paper that the APAC released to the people that were supporting it financially. Okay, and so this is a problem that's not being talked about. Oromo extremism, how it's damaging the central part of the nation. It's not just TPLF that's involved. It's how it's at the core, at the crux of what's damaging Ethiopia. And there is an active effort to silence the victims and the fact that there are victims. Okay. And so at some point, the wiser people that are in charge, like Diakon Yosef, have to talk with his counterparts and twist their arms and say, hey, we are losing the trust of the people that we want to support us. And so how is it that we win that back? And the answer is very simple. We start being honest. We start rebuilding trust. We start talking about the issues that affect Ethiopia, and probably even replace some of these people that were put at the forefront of the fight in the first place, because they've lost the trust of the diaspora, the Ethiopian diaspora, particularly in the United States. And I think there was something else that Stacy pointed out that I think I've said in the past, but I love that she said it. The American government will not stop coming. The colonizers will not stop coming. Okay. So the more we try to sweep under the rug the things that are happening in Ethiopia, ethnic federalism, constitutionalized apartheid system, extremism from Oromos, Tigrays, whoever, the more we give our hands to the colonizers, the Egyptians, the British, the United States, and the more we make it easy for these colonizers to continue to damage Ethiopia. So in short, the more quickly we affect and we address and fix the internal issues in Ethiopia, it's much easier to attack, defend, cancel out all the external pressures that come on Ethiopia. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Biniam. Well said. I agree 100%. But anyhow, we'll go to Nub and then Nachi.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think Biniam
hit most of the points, but I think when it comes to the bill, I think it's so far through the discussion, it's very obvious that this is a bill that would that's going to hurt Ethiopia, because we've already seen like the State Department, the White House, Treasury, they already have tools that they use to sanction. They've already sanctioned actors, governments, and individuals in this since this war has started. What this bill will do is give them more harsher tools to use in order to impose sanctions on the actors. And yes, the bill, like I think as Malako has clearly stated, makes it it's a watered down bill to make it seem as neutral and fair as possible, and that it would hold everyone who's involved accountable. But what we have to realize is what are the actions that have been taken so far by the White House, the State Department, and Treasury since the war has started? There are let's say like the three major actors in this war. TPLF, that started the war, you have that, and then you have the federal government of Ethiopia, and you have the Eritrean government. So out of this three, so far, with the tools that the White House, State Department, and Treasury have, the actors and the governments they've sanctioned are the Eritrean government and generals within the government, the Ethiopian government, AGOA, through the White House executive action, and individuals, visa restrictions. But not one action, not even visa restrictions, just to even make it seem fair, have any actions been taken against TPLF officials or generals. So this clearly tells you that once this bill is passed and Congress and the White House and Treasury and State Department have the tools to use this, they're not going to use it in a fair and neutral manner because they've clearly shown us their bias towards TPLF. So that's why I personally oppose the bill, and we have to make sure it doesn't pass. But the point that is the obstacle to that is, as I think Stacey has clearly stated, is unity. If there's no unity, you can't have a voice. You don't have enough power or voice to stop things like this. But what we have to realize is what is the biggest obstacle to the unity of the diaspora Ethiopians right now? It's the federal government of Ethiopia. Like that has played the biggest role in dividing that. So for me, like as Binyam stated, how can someone who's like Amhara, like myself, go out of my way to go and fight and try to make sure this stops and defend the Ethiopian government that completely, like, it's the basic duty of a government is to, the right to life, to protect people's right to live. So if this government is not only not even acknowledging that there's a genocide on Amharas, but has people within it that are playing an active role in that genocide, that downright deny that it's happening. And then you have on the Afar point of view where you have a government that's not only that's not even like just going to help, the over 300,000 people that have been displaced, that have been shelled by TPLF, but that's also downplaying it and that even denying that it's happening. How can you have unity in order to say, okay, you know what, let's go. I know all of us, we're out here trying to do it for the country, for the people, for Ethiopia, not like the government in charge. But when you have a government in charge right now that's playing an active role in dividing the diaspora, it's almost impossible to have a united stand that can go and challenge the TPLF lobbyists and the congressional and the State Department and the White House that are clear bias towards TPLF. So the only way we can address the unity is it all goes back not just pressuring the US officials and everything, which is what we're trying to do, but at the same time, we have to use all our powers to pressure the actual Ethiopian government that is dividing us to make sure they take action to at least stop the basic minimum of protecting the people, the Amhara people, the Afar people, the rest of Ethiopia, that they actually control. Okay, the ones TPLF has, okay, at least the part that the Ethiopian government controls. If you can't give us that guarantee, I will never have any united Ethiopian diaspora that can fight and stop bills like this. So I think, it's important. Like he said, the unity is important, but at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge that the one party that's making sure this unity is not there is the Ethiopian government, and we have to put pressure on that. And we can't continue to whitewash or downplay its inactions and pretty much outright negligence it has shown, especially the past 2 months and the past 3-4 years. You can go on. So basically, yeah, that's my point. You gotta have unity, and the biggest obstacle to that has been the government of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Nub. All right, so Nati, and then so what I'm going to do is just let everybody speak, and then we'll go because we're running out of time, and then we'll go and have a closing for the deacon. So Nub, Nati, go ahead, and then Amara, and then
Just
Mimi.
give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay, so Amara, go ahead. You're saying give you 5 minutes, and you can't speak, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Amara, go ahead, and then Mimi, and then Sunlight.
Thank you. Actually, it's a good topic because what I hate about it is the hidden dangers, because it feels like the Ethiopian government, hidden hand is behind this topic. Okay, because I'm trying to read. There is like 25 pages of it, but it's like for the first time the American Congress or this committee is trying to address conflicts outside of the war zone, which is exactly what like. Okay, so for me, I have some soft skin for this. Okay, so it will be addressing also the actors, because about the national dialogue, even the government is like pulling a chair for the leaders of the evil force of Tigray, which is the TPLF leaders. Most of the peoples like in Ethiopia and in the diaspora think only this the TPLF leader Aboy Sabahat or something or other related people are are out of the prison, but there are other peoples who are getting released. For example, around 25 higher official intelligence officers, most of them are Tigrayans, including, I guess, Yared, maybe the vice president of intelligence office in the past time. He was like the second person from Getachew Asafa. He was also released with maybe a 30,000 birr payments. Okay, that has happened, but nobody is talking about that. Why is the government releasing all of these key personnel who committed lots of problems, or who committed maybe a crime against humanity in Ethiopia, especially which is focused on the Amara people? Because almost all of the 27 years was about TPLF was creating a problem on Amara people. Actually, we will be fighting the thoughts which were like based or which were like invested by TPLF in the coming maybe 40-50 years, because when you look into the people of Oromo, there is a new generation called the Kube generation, and this generation literally hate Amaras. This is something TPLF did. This is something these 20-30 people did, and the government released them. Not only released them, the government is trying to pull like a chair for these people, like to be part of the dialogue. So I don't see any bad thing in this bill, because this bill also is talking about this negotiation and reconciliation and other things. But what interests me is there is one thing, which is it tries to focus, or it tries to take its eyes from the war zones to other parts of Ethiopia. This is something new for me as an Amara. I can take this thing, I can take this this deal, but yes, there are some problems in it. But for me, the Ethiopian government is trying to create, trying to bring some kind of the Oromuma project into Ethiopia using the Ethiopian concept. It is like a key lock system. For example, I guess some of you know about the enzyme thing. In enzyme, that you need to have some key lock system. If you don't have it, there is no any linking. Okay, just like that, this Oromuma project is trying to become the new Ethiopianism, which is the Oromized Ethiopia or something, or the Ethiopia which will like give birth to an Oromo republic. It is coming. We are seeing it. That's why they are pushing and kicking out Amaras. out of their maybe ancestral lands. So I guess for me, those who, I don't know, with all due respect, those who are trying to create a safe space for this government by even having the hidden dangers of HR 6600 are trying to bring this project as Asafa Jalata literally put it out loud, and it was also endorsed by the OSA, Oromia Scholars Association, or Oromo Scholars Association. Oromuma is a national project which sees the colonial Ethiopia. It have even an issue in the colonial Ethiopia. It considers Ethiopia as a colonial power. So this ideology, this very rude ideology, is trying to become the new Ethiopianism by using agents who think or who feel or who believe they are the best Ethiopians or they are the good Ethiopians. That's what I'm seeing. Because this bill, yeah, it may have problems, but rather than pushing it, because it should be like the introduction to HR66 should be the first thing to do. Okay? Understanding of HR66 should be the second thing to do. Then we can talk about the hidden dangers. But if somebody like who supports government come to me and says the hidden dangers, oh my God, for me, I see politics in a good way, okay? But I have that background of good politics, so I understand things from far. I can smell them.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be, we are trying to let this thing slide out of our hands because TPLF is like profiting from the dialogue. The government is profiting from the dialogue. My people, my Amara people are suffering in the north, fighting a war without any support. Even in the past, starting from Koran, the military was running. And my people fought that war alone, just like the Afars are suffering now. No one is helping them. This is happening on the grounds of Ethiopia. And everybody is trying to make that thing slide. No, because we lost lots of people there. Our women got raped. A 13-year-old girl got raped by a gang of 40 PLFites. And everybody's letting that slide. And now people are trying to defend this HR66 as a hidden dangers. That's just wrong. Okay? First, let's start about the introduction of HR66. Let's debate on that. Then what are the goods and the bads of HR66? Then we can go to the hidden dangers. Because I'm seeing some good things inside it. Okay? If there are Amaras like, those who advocate for Amarakos, you need to stand like far from these things. Because now it's like, a life and death situation for my people, my Amara people. There is a war on the north. My people are surrounded and the government is still give a lazy eye for that. Do you guys know that the federal army left Waldia? If the TPLF like trying to attack, there is no any resistance. Are we going to like cry about this if they attack again? Waldia? Are we ready to give Waldia? Are we ready to give Kobo? Just like the Afars are suffering now? So there are potential dangers. In Wallaga, my people are suffering. My people are getting killed. And now everybody's trying to protect Ethiopian sovereignty. No, nobody's trying to protect Ethiopian sovereignty. People are trying to protect Abiy Ahmed by using Ethiopian sovereignty. And you guys cannot do it again now. Why? You guys done it in a normal camp, but we can't have it anymore. We're tired. My people run from Wallaga to Addis Ababa. That's it. The people in Addis are like the witness for it.
Yeah.
So the problem, let me wrap it up. Let me wrap up my point because I guess I'm taking too much time. Sorry for that. Let me take 30 seconds. So the problem is very big, guys. We cannot protect this government anymore. Okay? If for me, if something from the Western world, brought some peace for my people, I'll take it like in a good way. Okay, very happily. So please don't try to make Ethiopian sovereignty trying to protect the Ethiopian government. Don't use Ethiopian sovereignty as a context. Thank you.
Thank you, Amara. I'm going to take it as you're not addressing it to
us individually, but as the topic. So
Yeah, indeed, the topic. Sorry, Hailey, the topic, only the topic. Okay, I know you guys. Yeah.
all right, thank you, brother. So this is the point. To be honest with you, it's more of to come up and have a conversation about these type of things, so we can understand more on all ends. As you have seen, we've let every single person in to talk, all ideas. No one cut you off or any of that because we need that because we need to understand what's going on and what's best for our country. Individually, we have to make that decision ourselves. And so, thank you for your contribution, brother. And we'll go to next. I think Sunlight, you can go. Unless Nati, you're back, you raise your hand, and I'll let you come in at any time. Sunlight, go ahead. Dr. Sunlight, you go ahead.
No, no, that's fine. That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So, thank you. But to save some time, I know it's getting late. Biniam, Nabiyu, and Amara raised really good points, so I would not reiterate. They have really mentioned a number of the things that I would like to cover, and Biniam covered specifically why the division occurs and how it could be remedied in time. I don't know if it's going to be in time before the introduction of this bill, but an important thing would be, of course, to understand in what are the dangers, what are the advantages. But in general, just opposing a bill, it never usually gets anywhere. To try and identify the components that need to be changed and making a case has a better outcome rather than just completely trying to block it. Because I mean, even as we speak to our representatives, there needs to be some kind of articulation. Why are you blocking it? Why are you not for it? It's always a better strategy to come up and articulate, and these are the reasons why we don't want this bill. But the way we're talking about blocking the whole thing would mean it's just throwing the baby with the bathwater. That's how I feel. But because most of the important things that I wanted to say were mentioned, I just really want to reiterate on a just a higher level question that all of us to really consider when we discuss this bill, and that is. I truly believe that sanctions kill. This is generally speaking. Sanctions eventually do not help, neither the target country and nor the imposer, because the relationship between peoples in the end will get affected. But that's
Looks like we lost you. You might have
Hello,
connection issues.
Dr. Sunlight, are you there?
I think she said she had bad connection. So sanctions kill, and I think relationships and also the people is what she was saying. But if she comes back, we'll let her speak. But just for time's sake, I'm really sorry. I think we have to do 1 minute, and then we're just going to go ahead and close it out. Yeah, so, Salam P, go ahead.
I think most part is said, especially those bills that we need to review. Sanction when we look at the sanctions, any party that supports uh, uh, any group in civil war, now if we are trying to support our people one way or another, it's impacting. So we need to read in between the line, like some of us are saying. Some of the militias or the parties, FANO, or the local communities are self-financed, and those are financed through the people. And anything we do in regards to that comes in question. So I heard that so many people are saying this is not impacting the people. This is not impacting. Remember, government is not down there to protect our people on the ground. I care about my people. I want my people to protect themselves. But if this bill passes, I'm not able to send any financial aid to support FANO, to support anybody that's protecting my people. I just want to raise that fact. Anybody who cares about the people on the ground,
especially the one that we are protecting themselves. Okay, buying arms, buying rifles, buying everything themselves, which are not financed by government. Everything we said about the government buying loans, getting finance, etc., to the government you can oppose. But remember, this will cripple us to support our people, and that is my biggest worry. I just want to say that.
Thank you, Salam, for using your 1 minute exactly. Appreciate that. So, with that,
Eileen texting me about the questions you sent earlier.
Yes. Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, someone sent a question earlier, and he wants Deacon Yosef to address those questions. And it reads: there is a rhetoric that people are spreading that everyone that defends Ethiopia, quote unquote, works for the government. Number one, please thank everyone for me. Number two, would this sanction affect Fano, Afar, and the diaspora? And then what economic investment does Ethiopia have in the US? What does the visa sanction affect? Does the sanction affect TPLF? Does opposing this bill make us a target? I heard that there was an argument supporting this bill. I heard that claim on an argument of supporting this bill. So I think most of these questions were addressed earlier, but I would love to give a chance for Diakon Yosef to answer some of these questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Mimi, 1 minute, and then Sun Knight, if you have your internet good, you can go ahead right quick, and then but just make it into 1 minute, and then we'll go to Mimi.
Okay, I'll make it very quick. Sorry, that was my connectivity. So basically, let's get that out of the way. Sanctions theoretically don't help, right? But the specific and special place junction where we are in Ethiopia, sovereignty was mentioned. And we do know for the last 30 years, the Ethiopia we know with regards to sovereignty, I mean, it hasn't been the same country because as a nation, the concept itself, it was ruled by specific different ethnic groups. The state itself made the nation. So, and I just don't want to be theoretical and talk about the constitution, but there were times when regions made foreign arrangements. This happened within the last 30 years, the Ethiopia we know. So to put sovereignty forward now, if we discuss HR 128, similar provisions were included, and we all fought hard to bring H128 about, and we do know that. So what changed? I think what changed is our affinity to the government, and also maybe the hopes that this thing could be done internally, that there could be a reform, maybe we don't need bloodshed, and maybe it doesn't need to be a revolution. But what we've seen is that we've seen war, we've seen massacres, atrocities, just the fact that what happened is genocide or not, that technical is not what's gonna hold us, because the point is any mass murder, massacres, the genocide, the name itself is technical. It is when people of similar ethnic or religious identity are attacked with intent. Either way, even if that's the argument, the fact that people are murdered in mass and no specific accountability was put forward, that by itself is crimes against humanity. So we could start with the basic that would make everyone on the same level. So the point is that the atrocities, the war, and there is no trajectory for getting better the way we're looking at it. Are we going to sit here and argue that sanctions were wrong in the context of apartheid South Africa? That's what we should put in our head, because we knew there were problems with South Africa after apartheid was gone, but nobody would dare say that apartheid would have been better. Nobody would say that. And so the system we have, the Ethiopians, when they pushed for, as Ethiopians, when we pushed for HR 128, it was with the hopes that we would remove the system from its roots. But things didn't work out that way. There was the idea of reform planted, and for a while people thought it would work. So it's a reset button to where HR 128 is now. So it's not arguing whether sanction is bad or good. It's a totally different argument now. It is arguing the Ethiopian government can it really carry its responsibility to protect, and also do we have any guarantee that the trajectory for these atrocities do we wait for 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, for how many people to die? That is the thing. It's loss of trust in the ability to sustain peace and stability. I think that is the crux of the problem with the division where it comes. And I know it is at the moment, like it's Amara and Afar people. You know, the Tigrayan people are under siege by TPLF blocking the only point in. But do we all think it stops there? No, because it's a systemic problem. It breeds genocidal thoughts, the system itself. So it would be on us to make the hardest decisions. I'm not saying let's go out, run around and support this bill or not. But what I'm saying is our time better placed fighting this rather than trying to stop this horrific things that are happening to our people. So that is the question I wanted to pose. One other thing that I would like to say, if we could put pressure on the government, at least being consistent is something, because when criminals like Abu Isbat released, which is really the root of the problem, the TPLF and OLF basically instilled the system because they had the power. There was no consensus. There was no ratification going on. But to still keep in jail people like Tamrat Nagara, who just spoke against the system, it just shows how even more despotic the system is going to be. So I think it's good to internalize these different issues so that we could ask ourselves, are we finding ourselves where we were when we fought for HR 128 to pass, or are we not? I think that's a central question we needed to ask. And
Thank you.
And then just one last thing. This is something maybe you don't have to answer here, but it might help for those who want to really change something within the bill. Does the Ethiopian government is the Ethiopian government trying to do anything? Did they buy a lobbyist, or are they trying just the diaspora to stop this? Because I haven't seen any major movement through any of the diplomatic corps to stop this. So that's another thing that would make you ask, is this a smoke and mirror? Is it really a threat, or is it just put there to make it look like the Ethiopian government is pressured? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunlight. And then we'll go ahead and move to Salam. I'm sorry, Mimi, and then Nati. If you're available, you can go. After that, we're finishing up. Thank you. Go ahead, Mimi.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say briefly a couple of things. I don't know when we became this naive to think there is this egalitarian government called the United States government that is out to protect the Ethiopian people. It doesn't matter who they are. Um, Everybody that says they are my people here, they are my people. The people who are in vulnerable areas, who are being targeted, are truly my people. But I know this bill is not there to protect any of us and any of the people of Ethiopia. And I know it's been said, and I joined, and I'm committed to hear everything that was said before I got to join. But it just worries me what in the world created this kind of generation. We're the generation of the grandchildren of the people that taught us better. That we are out here thinking, oh, the United States is gonna protect A, B, and Z of the Ethiopian people. They don't give a flying fig about any of us. And so it just makes me sad to hear people think this is gonna protect our people. It would not. It's a hidden agenda, and everybody, I'm sure, said it before me, and I don't want to repeat it. But something Dr. Sanait said earlier about amending the bill in a way that would, if there is an opportunity to amend the bill, and I wonder if anybody knows, please answer this for me. Do we even have the capacity to amend the bill? If there is a chance to amend the bill, and if we have a capacity to do it, like, do we have people in place that would fight even to amend it? God forbid if this comes to the floor. But I really, I know I want us to find a way to come together and speak in one voice. And this bill is not there to protect anybody who's an Ethiopian. This is about protecting the self-interest of the United States government. I know it's been said. Just remember, just a week ago, what the United States government did to the Afghans. Just remember that. They handed their country to the Taliban, and then they, in a daylight, they stole $7 billion of the Afghan wealth. Basically, they nationalized the Afghans' wealth to our benefit, to the United States. How come we don't pay attention? Are people being living under the rock to think that the United States government is here to protect anybody that is Ethiopian? I mean, what happened to us? I just want to ask, what happened to us? This is
Thank you.
about vengeance, okay, but this is not here. They're not. This bill is not going to do anything to protect us. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mimi. And I think it is time to go ahead and wrap it up. I really appreciate everyone that was here. So I will go ahead and let Asqual, you go ahead first, and then Sheba, and then I'll say my thing and let Dak and Yosef close us out.
Well, thank you everybody for joining. It's been a pleasure. I've never really attended a full 4 hour like this in the middle of the night. Over 400 people up and down joined. Really appreciate the dialogue. I've learned so much. There's so many questions to be answered, and one thing is for sure that this bill is sponsored, lobbied, and written by our enemy, our staunch enemy that came to divide us, our inner enemy, the TPLF. And they're happy right now. They're rejoicing. Just think about that when you ponder about all those questions. And Dr. Sennight brought a lot of 3, 4, 5 questions. I've written it down. Next week, we're going to have another Zoom meeting. I'll send out a meeting reminder. We're going to come back to space and continue the dialogue. I do appreciate Diakon Yosef's leadership, the wealth, the maturity. I really admire all of you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Asqual. And I just want to basically repeat what you're saying with thanking everyone for their perspective. It's different when you have so many different opinions in one room. But again, if we are going to bridge the gap and the differences we have in our ideologies, this is the only way to do it, is to have the conversations, is to be daring to say the things that we feel and we believe is the right way, and be open to learning and understanding other perspectives. I'm afraid without that we will always be speaking in echo chambers, and it's a very significant step. As far as this bill is concerned, again, coming together to oppose it is the strategy to be able to stop it from actualizing. And I think that I want to encourage everyone to read and to ask experts within your vicinity about what is and how can this harm the people of Ethiopia, because that's our concern. I don't want people to think and to have the conflated perspective that fighting this bill is the same as supporting the government. While some might, some don't. At the end of the day, um, will all Ethiopians suffer? Will the poor Ethiopians suffer? Will the people who are suffering now have a better have a better life if this passes? And that's what you should challenge yourself and should ask yourself. When we have immigration limitations, when we have a determination of genocide and war crimes that's going to be determined by outside forces, even though there is already UN investigations that have happened. When you have limitations on what we can do to help our country, to even provide assistance financially for the development efforts from other agencies, when all of these things are taken away, where do we stand, and what are we fighting then? So I'll leave it there with my perspective. But again, thank you for all of you attending, and for the brilliant opinions and commentary we heard today. Back to you, Haile.
Thank you, Sheba. Thank you, Asquad. I just want to go ahead and start off with first and foremost. Um, I think this was good in the fact that we were able to get different, diverse opinions, and it was somewhat civil in a sense, and so that's always good. First is the conversation. It's important. Uh, I really believe that out of here, what I've heard on both sides, there's a lot of similarities
over 90 something percent, we agree on. Even to the point where the ones that are against and for do believe that the government needs to do a better job, and we need to hold them accountable for that. So one of the things to make sure that we are united in this front is to make sure that we're also working hard to make sure that the government is accountable for what is going on in Walaga, what is going on in Afar, what is going on in Amara region. And so this is something that we need to work on together and make sure that we can address these issues as well. As important as it is for sanctions not to be put down on our country because it will affect our people, but our people are still dying there as well, and the government is being silent. And so we need to make sure that we are addressing it in a way where internally we make sure that these things our cries are being heard. The silence, the voices that are silent are we are the voice for that. And so I would urge that everyone continues to work hard. This is a tough road, up and down, and emotions are very high at this moment as well. And so please do the best you can to bring awareness in all aspects. I think that's one thing we need to keep pushing and make sure that we're there for our country. And there's so many ways to skin a cat, and so let's not attack each other, and let's try to see how we can work either separately or together to go for the same goal that we're looking for, which is a better Ethiopia. I would like to really thank Grapes for actually bringing up this idea and having this space today. And then also Asquad, Sheba, and especially Dakon and everyone else who was able to join. And I would like for Dakon Yosef to go ahead and close us out. Thank you very much for joining. We'll probably have another space next time. We'll let you know in advance. Thank you.
I want to thank God for this opportunity for all of us to come and convene. There's only one thing that on this earth that is common to all of us, and that's Ethiopia. We cannot replace it with anything, nor can we replace God with anyone. I just want to say, I really beg you not to use the word my people, unless you are talking about all the people of Ethiopia. My people includes the poor Tigrayans that are been under the subjugation of TPLF for half a century. They are my people, the Amara people, the Oromo people. Wherever the suffering is where I belong. I really do not believe God, who created ethnicity, who brought us from nothing to something today, has given any one of us the right to claim any ethnic group as mine. And I sad to hear this because in 1974, I was in Adwa. At Diabun, when the first TPLF forces were forming and recruiting from our Idgat Behibret. I heard the same word, my people. I don't want to grow up to become one like them. It is a very dangerous, slippery road. We only have one nation. That's it. We sail or we sink with that. And what we can do is we have many ways to be able to arrive and help our people wherever the most need is, without reciting a family lineage or ethnic line. Ethnicity, if it is used improperly, is a gateway to sin, and we're paying the price. I hate to have us to repeat that under different language. God save us from that. especially now when we are fighting, hopefully to be the last battle for God to say enough. So if we call anyone my people, it's all the Ethiopian people. And our attention rises because their acute needs, if it's in Walaga, if it's in Afar, that's where it gets levitated to. This is the only way we can claim Ethiopia. I hate to come the day that we defeated the PLF in flesh, but its spirit, its soul has metastasized to the rest of us, and we think just like it. How many more lives we have to pay? Because at the end of the day, all roads of ethnic politics arrives to the crisis that we have today. And I don't think Ethiopian people have any shoulder anymore to carry this battle. I hope we pray collectively. So the humanitarian call that we do is enough for us to advocate for the people who've been massacred and slaughtered in Malaka. They are Ethiopians, and we need to call for that. I hope that we have learned a lesson that the way we see emancipation for our people, insecurity, is a human right. We need to call it, because to call it for another reason, even if I am from that ethnic group, nobody gives me the right to say, I want to save my ethnic group. That's what TPLF did. That's what he did. And then they come and rise up to, in fact, claim anything good that can come out itself to represent Ethiopia. It got capsulized, packed, and packaged into that ethnocentrism, and it cannot break out of it. We have good people from all walks of life. I noticed Hermela is with us tonight. I wish she speaks. This wonderful, young, vibrant, who gave us the voice. And also Nabiyu as well. We're all in the same boat. We're all advocating for the same cause, to uplift Ethiopia. The day we go down to the level of counting lineage, we give up on Ethiopia. And I want to tell you that Afar and Amhara people, they are subjugated to this suffering because they uphold Ethiopia first. We should never bring them down from that. And as far as the passion, what you have said today, it's ageless. It's ageless. Because no matter in what way, in what position you came, you cared. You cared enough to spend hours, the time, the passion with the rest of us. I don't represent the Ethiopian government. I just will tell you, I'm still an Ethiopian citizen. I haven't converted my citizenship to US citizenship. It's not only that. I came to America 46 years ago as a refugee. Do you know I'm still a refugee? I'm not even holding Ethiopian passport. I don't work for Ethiopian government. But God has given me just a little bit insight to differentiate between my beloved country, Ethiopia, and the people who today govern them. I know how to compartmentalize that. The love, the care that I want to give to Ethiopia does not preclude him from criticizing the very power that is today is ruling Ethiopia. That's what Ethiopianism is all about. Because none of them represents Ethiopia as a whole. None of them can substitute it. Whether we oppose them, we support them, we need to be careful that we are not in any way are suggesting that the government and Ethiopia are in one and the same. They're not. Is this resolution? Is this amendable? Possibly. Possibly. But we need a champion. Like a great statesman like Mike Kaufman, who put up all his political future for all of us. We need to find a champion like that who can convince a committee, and a committee willing to take a look at it. But I want to warn you, the way that HR 6600 has come about, it has broke all the rules in Congress as we know it. There were no hearings. There is no testimony. There is no constituent input. There is no subcommittee. Who is the subcommittee within the Foreign Affairs Committee? It is run by Congresswoman Karen Bass, the Subcommittee for African Affairs. How come this bill didn't go through that just like the rest of them, like HR 445? Why did they rush this thing to this? So we need to understand that if it is amendable, it is a matter of time. And that's the essence of the issue. Because if this thing is rushed the way they have rushed it through a committee, we will have a tough time fighting the fight on the floor. That's why Ethiopian American Civic Council say that we need all to rise up, call our representative, and reach out and say and demand for all Ethiopian Americans to say to them that this bill as it stands should not be considered on the floor. And we have put out 10 reasons that you can point out, but you don't even have to tell me. This is your wish. This is your wish. You don't want to see this bill to move forward to go to the floor. That ought to be sufficient for you to demand for them not to co-sponsor it, nor support it if it ever comes to vote. But in the meantime, we will look around to see if this can be amended. But I want to tell you, because the intent is now very much in question, while there is HR 445 sitting and languishing, and they have advanced this because they're not happy with however that has evolved. Because it included inputs from constituents, it included hearings, expert testimonies. And therefore, do I think it is possible? Yes. Do I think it is likely? I doubt it. But we will try. And having said that, and I hope Hermela and Nabi, you can say a few words, but I want to thank Haile. You were absolutely flawless. You were brilliant. I like your command and control. I appreciate the work that Asqual and Sheila did tonight. It's a great example of what it means when we all come together. I want to especially thank also the audience and the people that have really came and sacrificed and to be with us. እግዚአብሔር ይችን ሀገር ያላት አምላካችን አንድ እሱ ብቻ ነው። በሰው አንተማመንም፣ በብሔር አንተማመንም፣ በጉልበተኞች አንተማመንም። የምንተማመነው እሱ ነው። አያሳጣንም። የዛሬው ዕለት የአባይ ቀን የግድቡ ቀን ለኛ ምልክት ነው ስለ አንድነታችን፣ አንድ መሆናችን፣ በመቆማችን አፈንዱት ሲሉ ሪያል እሱም ያለውን ሰው ስራውን እንዲያጣኛ በአቅማችን የደከምን ህዝቦች አንድ በመሆናችን ነው። ዛሬ የኢትዮጵያ ህዝብ ከእንጨት ለቃሚው እስከ አለቃው ድረስ ሁሉም ያዋጣበት ነፃ በሆነ መንገድ ይህንን ያደረገ አምላክ ይረዳን፣ አንድነት ምሳሌውን እንድንማርበት ብሎ ነው። ከተከፋፈል በወረዳ በአውራጃ በብሔር በቋንቋ በከልቸር ይሄ ነው ብለን ካል የትም እንደማንደርስ ስለሆነ ይህንን አምላክ የቃል ኪዳን አምላክ የማይረሳን ምን ብንበድለው ምን ብናስቀይመው ቃል ኪዳኑ ከቅዱሳኖች ከቀደሙ አባቶቻችን ጋር የነበረው አምላክ አሁንም የምንማጸነው እባክህ ዛሬ የሰጠህን ጸጋ ዛሬ ያሳየህን አንተም ከኛም ጋር መሆንህን ያስመሰከርክበት ቀን ነውና በአንድነታችን ያገኘ ነው አንተን ይዘን በሆነው በመሆኑ ሁልጊዜ አይናችን ግለጥልን ስለ አንድነት ይህንን ዛሬ የቆመውን ሐውልት ለኛ የአንድነት ምልክታችን አድርገው ችግሩም ይህም HR 6600 ሌላም ችግር ቢመጣ አንድ ስትንሆን ድረስ አባይን እንዳሸነፍን ይህንንም እንደምናሸንፍ መማሪያ የሚያደርግ ቅዱስ መጽሐፍ አርግልን እንበለው። አሜን። ሰላም እደሩልኝ።
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for inviting us, Shiva and Haile. Have a good evening. And Winnie, are you there?
Yeah. I just want to say thank
Sure.
you so much, Diakon Yosef. You always give us the wisdom and the spiritual guidance. God bless you. Without you, I don't know, the last a year and a half, honestly, our personally testimony, Diakon Yosef guidance, spiritual guidance, and all support. Otherwise, I would be mentally, actually, the whole situation, what we put us through. So I want to thank you, Diakon Yosef, for the work you do. The last 6 years, before anybody started, you've been fighting to the teeth for Ethiopia and Ethiopian people. And we appreciate you. Haile, thank you. You make me so proud. I throw you in a fire, but you did an amazing job. Thank you, Haile. Thank you, Diakon Yosef. Thank you, the audience. And Shiba, Asqual as usual, a big sister, a sister. I really appreciate you guys. Let's stick together. Let's work hard. Our unity will take us anywhere. So difference is good, but our unity is better. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. And lastly, I know Harmela and Nabi, you are here. Would they want to say something? Harmela is a friend of mine on Facebook. I admire her. I'm such a fan. And I've never met Nabi, but would love to have you say something. Thank you.
Go ahead, Nebu. You got this. The mic, brother.
I'm not sure I see him on stage, Haile.
Yeah, he's on stage. Nebu, if you want to unmute yourself.
And Simon too. I see you, Simon. Hey. Simon is here too.
All right. So maybe having a little bit of technical issues. I'm not sure. Biniam, if you wanted to, if you wave at us or give us 100, something if you want to speak, real quick and close it out. I do not see Simon or anyone else, but
I see Simon, but
okay. If he requests, then I'll bring him up. But
okay.
So, Haile, I also wanted to thank Stacy as well for bringing us some
yes,
perspective.
please go ahead.
And staying the course of so many hours with us, Stacy. So we really appreciate you.
Indeed, such a good insight. And Dr. Sunlight, I have 3 of your questions written here, and I'm going to come back to you with an answer, and I'll contact you offline. Just because that's past midnight.
All right. So
Thank you.
Biniam, I think, is having issues. So I would just go ahead and say if Stacy, if you want to say something, I think your guidance was great. I think one of the things that we definitely that I got out of it is we need to understand what it is that our story needs to be won. So, but go ahead, sister, if you would like to say something.
Sure. It was just a pleasure to join. And I tell Sheba, this has been one of the most informative calls that I've been a part of. I think that there's so much here for you all to work with, and it was reaffirming to hear so many people say we have more in common than not. And I think if you can stay with that, you could very, very effectively build some talking points that will resonate with these leaders to help them understand that, number one, it's just not a simple fix, and the approach that they're taking is going to hurt more people than not. I'm here to assist and help any way that I can, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the good things that come out of this conversation. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And if you would please follow us, and I think I followed you as well. But we'll hopefully open up another space where we'll be discussing about this, and we'll send you the invites. And I'm sure Sheba will as well. Diakon, if you want to say one last thing, or if not, we'll just go ahead and wrap it up.
ደህና አደሩ። እግዚአብሔር በሰላም ያገናኘን።
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Good
We will
night.
have another space another time. Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
Bye.